Well, hello everyone. This is episode 68, The Truth Table. I'm all 100% in linen, so which vibrate at 5,000 megahertz. So I don't feel a lot different, but just knowing that I'm wearing the linen, it makes me feel good. So today's an important show. Today we bring in the golden age at midnight. So, for the next 2 hours, we're going to be preparing, trying to stay as positive as possible, which is the key to being positive and unifying. So, it's kind of hard because there's a lot of things that could actually bring us into the negative, and I'm going to try my best to make sure we don't do that. We do have a special guest, Jesse Hal from the Missing Link Live. And we also have Angeline Joy from Let's Go Deeper podcast on YouTube. I think we're also live on Rumble for the first time. I never figured it out. I don't know why I just didn't put the time in required to do it. But I would like to start tonight with a small prayer. I usually pray alone, but thank you, Creator, for every day, for the air that we breathe, for the challenges, for the ups and downs. Thank you for all the amazing people that you've brought into my life in the last 5 years, and how you've allowed me to find answers to questions. I only live to bring forth the truth, and as I find it, and that's what this show was all about. I'm just very grateful for everything and every day that I've been able to live and learn and love. I want to thank you for the animals that show us love, especially dogs who are very uh, unconditional love absolutists. But Mugwitch, thank you for watching and coming to the show. I have Jesse here now. Let's bring Jesse in. How you doing, Jesse?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. We're live on Rumble.
Oh, you
You've
did connect the Rumble.
Yeah, there's a big check mark there. It's like, wow, that's my first time. I don't know why I couldn't figure it out. I think it's because it confused me because it's separate from StreamYard and they want to go live right there. I've never figured out how to come to StreamYard with it
Yeah, so
until,
you have to set it up in Rumble first,
yeah.
and then you go into StreamYard, and then you connect the StreamYard with the Rumble, but you have to actually set it up every time I do an interview, I've got to set it up separately first, second. I set it up in StreamYard, and then I go back and I copy everything, and then I open up a Rumble, set up a live in Rumble, then I go back to StreamYard, and then I link that StreamYard to the Rumble that I created separately. With all the other platforms, you can just click it and it automatically sets to it. But Rumble, you have to set it up, in Rumble on itself.
And do you have to do that every time, or once you have the key, you got the key?
No, no, every single time. And then when
Oh,
I click on the Rumble, I have to go look to see which one is it connected. Do you have it connected to your Rumble or my Rumble?
I don't know.
Oh,
I
okay.
think it's on mine.
Okay. You didn't use
Uh,
that stream key that I gave you?
yeah, yeah. So
Oh, then
that's
it
yours,
may,
right?
yeah, that would be on my Rumble.
Oh, I see us. We're live on here too. I see you on my page. You
Okay,
see, we're right
awesome.
there. So I'm all 100% linen. The boxers, the pants, the shirt, 100% linen.
Oh, good for you.
No
I didn't remember my sackcloth. I was going to bring my sackcloth, but I actually
It's
forgot
okay.
it back in my city. I'm in Angeline City now.
Oh, darn. Well, that's okay. I mean, it's just me. It's my thing. I want to vibrate at the highest level that I the highest potential happy level, 5,000 megahertz of awesomeness happening right now. I've even got a pair of pants on my chair so I don't, you know, uh, um, because when you mix different, you know, uh, clothing, you can ruin it. Because like uh, organic cotton is the same as the human body. It's 100 megahertz,
Hmm.
and the body's 100 megahertz, a natural, normal, healthy body. Whereas silk, rayon, polyester, 15 megabytes or megahertz, which is the same as a sick or dead body. So those materials are not so great, not so good. So Angeline is kind of here and not here. She's like listening. She's watching us.
She's gonna join us. She's just having to deal with something with her, her little ones. They've needed her for something, so she's gonna come and she will log in separately on her laptop,
Right.
and then
Yep.
whenever
Right.
she gets a chance. So we've got a little bit of time.
Yep. Awesome. Well, I suppose that's better than telling everyone that she's actually rubbing your feet right now. Because she could. She could walk right in and put him right to sleep during a show.
Well, so if you knew in her room, which I'm in her room right now, we have these two bars that are put up onto the ceiling. And so because when, we first got together, 4.5 years ago, that was before I
Oh,
had my double hip replacement surgery. And I had
why
really bad, and I was
back?
doing the high vibe love tribe, meaning I was dancing every day for an hour,
Oh, right.
dancing
Yeah.
and weights. So I had a lot of pain in my legs. And she's a
That.
healer. So she would constantly be massaging me. And then because she's tiny, right? So I'm like 220 and she's 110. So I'm exactly double, the size of her, right? And so but she's strong for a little tiny, 110 pounder. She's got, some good arms on her, but she was massaging me, and then I said, well, why don't you try walking on me? So she started walking on my legs, up and down my legs, up and down my legs. So, she would give relief to my tendons and to my muscles because, because of I had to compensate because of my hips. My tendons were overcompensating. They were tight and they were rock hard. And so she would loosen them up. So because she would work on me almost every day and every night, I was able to have great sleeps and I wake up with no pain. So eventually we put bars on the ceiling so that way she can just hang on to the bars, and then she's got something to hang on to as she walked up and down my legs and up and down my back and my shoulders. So
Wow.
she's really helped me a lot to alleviate a lot of this physical pain that I was feeling from, I think it was from the travel injections that I had taken. And, they started to attack me, like a few days after I got them. And I went on an Asian trip and I was having to see Asian doctors. My foot swole up. And I think that whatever it is that put in there started to attack my hip joints. So I've been progressively getting worse over 13, 14, 15 years of getting these injections. And then 2 years ago, it's just been just over 2 years, I had a double hip replacement surgery, which they cut off both
Wow.
of my legs, put in new hips, so they did it at the same time. And it's not often that people get that done at the same time. My basically
Holy.
my legs were detached from my body and they put in new stuff, so it
Oh,
took a little while to heal.
oh my God.
And she's obviously, and she's helped heal me. Like, she's helped. She just loves whenever I'm in pain. She just massages, or and I like she and it's literally like she'll massage me for an hour. Like I'll fall asleep and I'll wake up and she's still massaging me. She doesn't stop massaging me because I fall asleep. And she's like
She's like
still
a
keeps going.
godsend.
Oh yeah,
She's like a.
it's
I think God
uh,
sent her to.
hundred
Honestly,
percent, hundred
yeah, I
percent.
think so. Because she can heal just with her the sound, like her voice sound. This I don't know. It's it's the power of the word. has power, and I think when she speaks, there's power in there. There's love in those words. I think you're kind of the same at just at man level, like a more, but it's the same. I can feel love from both of you. It's really amazing, and I don't know if it's just because I have a keen sense, or it's God giving me a gift to be able to see these things. I don't know, but I can usually sense that, and you've had quite a few interesting guests on your show in the last few days. Holy smokes. I watch your shows and
Yeah,
oh my, but I made my point. I had to make my point that all these things are quite possible. The technology exists for all these things to happen. To see a bus in the sky, sort of thing. This can be done. We have the technology, to do it. So he was definitely a target. But I don't want to get too off on the topic. But I do watch your shows. I enjoy your shows. Your guests are absolutely fascinating, and I really don't know how you do it because you had a show 12 today.
yeah. So well, it was at 9 a.m. PST, so 12 noon EST, and we had a show earlier on today. So interesting guy about direct democracy, and then now we're also. Are you sure we're live on Rumble? Because I don't see it on my Rumble. There says 9 people are waiting, but I don't see us live there. Does it say we're live on Rumble?
Uh, oh yeah, we're live. See, there we are.
Well, then we're live on your Rumble, not my Rumble.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, I sent you the link for my Rumble, but
there we are.
okay. Well, then we're live on your Rumble, not my Rumble.
Oh, so how do we get on your Rumble?
You would have to set up an actual. You'd have to add a stream. So, you would go into StreamYard, and you would click destination, and then you would add a destination. So you could do it in an opposite, like in a different program.
See, I gave my Rumble your information, so I'm not sure how that.
You may have
Are
clicked
you
on the wrong tab for Rumble, because you have to go into Rumble and you have to pick which one it is. But it says, yeah, I set up the Rumble link, but there says there's 9 people waiting there, but there's no you haven't connected it to.
Hmm. Yeah, this is all new to me.
Can you open up a
Even
separate? Can you open up a separate tab?
I think it'll come right into the StreamYard if I edit to
No, but
edit
yeah,
and add.
yeah, you have
Oh,
to.
guest destinations. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Guest destinations. Oh, it doesn't say I can add any. I see you on X and Facebook.
Yeah, we're live. We brought our Facebook and our Twitter. We have people from there watching on both of those, but you'd have to open up a separate, like you'd have to go to a different web page, like and then like like out of like you can keep this running. So like even if you click on to another page, this will stay running. I'll still be able to see you and talk to you. You just won't see me.
Okay, so I'm adding the RTMP
Yeah,
server URL slot 80. It says, and it says use custom RTMP
yeah,
or
custom.
connect
Yeah,
Rumble.
no, you want to use the custom,
Okay. Yep. And
and
now I
then you
need a
put in.
stream key.
Yeah, I gave you the RTMP server URL and the stream
Yeah.
key.
Yep. But the stream key I don't have.
Yeah, I gave them both to you.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I
Okay, I
sent
see
one
server
after.
stream key.
Oh no, okay, no. Hang on,
Yeah,
let me
send it
get
to
you.
me and I'll
Yeah.
I'll hook it up.
Okay.
So today is all about being positive, raising our frequencies. Midnight It may not. I mean, at worst, nothing is going to happen. At best, I could disappear because of my frequency would be too high for 3D. So I mean, that's a potential. I don't know if it's going to happen. This could be a psyop, but there's nothing wrong with wanting to raise your frequencies, and that's what we're going to do. Okay, I got the stream key, so we're going to have a nickname. Should I call it the truth table or
Well,
the
that's
missing?
just that. Yeah, you could just put in Jesse's Rumble or whatever. Nobody sees that. That's just
Oh,
for you. That pops up for when you have to click in. That doesn't go anywhere except for your StreamYard.
okay. Let's see if it works. Okay, we're done. So the best way to raise your frequency for me is to laugh. So let's start off with a laugh. I love these guys.
Tell something new.
You know what?
Yes, I know. No need to proceed with the story. I'm fully aware. I know. No need. I know.
You don't know.
I know what.
You don't
Then
know.
why you ask
Can I tell you?
something else? Please go ahead. Not the first thing that I have full knowledge of. Tell something new.
You know what?
Yes, I know. No need to.
I love this guy. We are so hilarious. And she has a beautiful singing voice. She's a really talented piano player, singer, but her husband is absolutely hilarious. And he catches her like putting makeup on, sitting in the sink, like, and he's always catching her. It's like it's overstuffing the washer and dryers. Like you could probably fit 17 sheets and 13 towels, and he follows her around, and she's jumping up and down on the recycling bin, standing right in it, trying to. So it's great. It's great watching those two. So yeah, we were talking about Angeline, and she's like, Bree called her an angel. She has a beautiful frequency, special tone. Yes, yes, absolutely. Let's see what else. She has a special frequency that's in the tone of her voice. Yes, it's absolutely beautiful, and not many people have that tone. That's true. That's true, and I saw that right away. And even Jesse has a healing tone too as well. He's got like a love tone, like he really cares about what he's doing. He's not doing this to be famous. He's doing this out of love, which is the most beautiful thing. They both definitely met. See, someone else. You both have healing frequency. Yeah. Hello, brothers and sisters. Thanks for joining us. Yes, that couple. They're absolutely hilarious. I love watching them. Um, I forgot to put my 432 frequency, but before I do that, and we're going to talk some more right after this. And you see, my intro is evolving over time as I find different ways to. So I don't want it to be too long, but I used to have a countdown in the beginning, but I don't do that anymore. I just like to have a short little less than a minute introduction to the guests, And tonight's guest, if you didn't already know, is the host of The Missing Link Live, where I first saw him, Jesse Hal. And he has over 1,000 shows. And I was there when he passed through that threshold of 1,000, which is a really great addition, a great thing to go to the golden age with. Because I'm sure, like me, you didn't plan on doing 1,000 shows. You didn't know what was going to happen, right?
No idea. It's still kind of hard time fathoming that we've actually done 1,000 shows. I'm still trying to wrap my brain around how we could possibly have done that many episodes of The Missing Link.
I hear you. I hear you. And I didn't even plan to do this myself. I was just kind of thrust into this by accident. And here I am a year later, still doing it. We have some interesting visitors. I would like to thank everyone for visiting us here on this special night. We want to lift your frequencies. We want to have a very positive show. I think at midnight, I'm going to put the link on all the places where people can join the show after midnight if we're still here. This could be my final show. I mean, it's possible. I'm not trying to be dramatic. I mean, it's really quite possible that, some of them here could disappear. And then it's just going to be, you're just going to see my chair. You're going to see the Missing Link logo behind Jesse, and that's it. So I think that would be kind of a shock, because I think we would all be raising our frequencies together. It's very exciting. There's a lot of different prophecies and everything about the golden age coming in, and how it's a very positive situation. So we can look forward to that. We can look forward to having a positive thing that all mankind can benefit from. Barrett would like to say hello to Jesse. Hello, Jesse.
Hey, brother.
Renee, I love Jesse techno dance music. She hasn't caught you on live. Oh, I don't know if that's a girl or a boy. I'm sorry. I know I have a cousin, Renee, who's a boy. So I don't want to assume that you're a girl or a boy. But I haven't caught him on live. Yeah, he started out as a dancer. Dancing. Was there a different name for the show, too?
The High Vibe Love Tribe.
High Vibe Love Tribe. It's still available online, isn't it?
Yes and no. Most of our first year of the High Vibe Love Tribe was, we went when they started lockdowns in 2020. We started the High Vibe Love Tribe in like March or April of 2020, and we went live 7 days a week for 2 to 4 hours a night. 11 straight months, 7 days a week, every night. We provided a nice safe space for people to go to where you couldn't talk politics, you couldn't talk about anything medical, you could just talk about love and connecting. And we did guided meditations, we did healing frequencies, I did dancing, we did all kinds of the God's healing frequencies, the sacred Solfegia tones. We did all these things, and it was on my Facebook page, which we started off with, and then I started doing it on a YouTube channel. So just before we did our first Truth Telethon in October of 2020, they deleted my whole entire Facebook page that I was created for 13 years, that I had everything, all my connections, all my pictures, everything. They deleted it with no ability to appeal. It says, if you'd like to appeal this, click here, and it just looped and looped and looped and looped. It couldn't even appeal my deletion of my whole entire 13 years at that time on social media, because that was basically my only platform. I had all these other, I've been on Twitter since 2009, but I never really used it until I started putting the Missing Links on there, right? And so then we created a YouTube channel where we had some of our high vibe love tribes after maybe halfway. Well, anytime the missing link got deleted on YouTube, I put our backup channel was one of our high vibe love tribe was one of our backups. They deleted that page too. So almost every high vibe love tribe from that first 11 months, 7 days a week are all gone. I don't have them saved. They're all gone. So then when I created my new Facebook page, we have some, we created a high vibe love tribe YouTube channel. And in these last, few years, these last 3 or 4 years, we've done the odd high vibe love tribes here and there. But it was just kind of, we were inspired at that time. We knew that when they wanted the world in fear, we didn't want to, be a part of, telling people how horrible the world is and how bad these people are. We wanted to create love and put love in and make a nice safe space for people to go to. And that's why we created the High Vibe Love Tribe. And, it was amazing. At like one point, we had like over 3,000 live viewers at one time. And I it was crazy just watching me dance and lift weights and ring the Tibetan singing bowl, and it was crazy. I couldn't believe how many people were actually interested in that. And that was before a lot of the censorship, and then all of a sudden 2020 rolls through, and the censorship, and all of a sudden now you can't connect with other people. So it was quite an interesting time, but the High Vibe Love Tribe will always be dear in our hearts.
Mm-hmm. Now, I thought this would be interesting to share. Now, everybody believed this.
Maneuvering now, he's floating free. A maneuver later on in the spacewalk that they backpack. I suppose you heard Cernan say you can see Edwards Air Force Base below him, see the islands off the coast of California. His first comment when he stepped out there was, "It's wild out here."
So you can see how believable that is. I mean, that looks pretty convincing.
But for people at the time, when they didn't know about all these graphics and movie sets and all these kind of things, this is what, all people are in awe. People are in shock. People are like, wow, look at that. Someone's actually out there, because they had no reason to feel that, they were being lied to, that they were being set up. They at the time, I'm sure not many people actually questioned whether this was legit or real or not.
I mean, look at the Earth. I mean, come on, man. Oh, that was a Joe Biden, wasn't it? Look at that. Oh, it's spinning. And there's lights and fake clouds. But the thing is, people believed it. And the fact is, it's really heartbreaking that they try to pull, that they pulled the wool over people's eyes. Like, today's technology could do way better. Way, way, way better. But they really tried to pull that off. I can't believe people actually fell for that. It looks so fake. But these sorts of things aren't going to be possible in the golden age. There's something that's going to happen to everyone, whether you like it or not. And it's going to be beneficial. It's going to be good. It's not going to be bad. It's going to be good. And that's what we have to focus on, the positive, because we only have an hour and a half left. And to disappear, perhaps, that would freak everyone out, eh? That would totally freak out the audience if we disappeared. That would be crazy. So I don't know
if Angeline doesn't show up, maybe she's already disappeared.
She's got to wait. She got to wait till midnight.
But it's midnight already in Australia.
Yeah, she could be ready. She could be ready, but I mean, there goes the massage. the back rubs, forget about it. She can't do any good in 5D. You won't even feel it.
Or maybe I
But,
will. We don't know how that's going to be.
Yeah. But exciting. I love things like this that end a calendar that lasts 26,000 years or something. It's really long. But this is like the old age. This is how where hell on earth happens, and it has been hard, and not necessarily for Canadians. Well, yes and no, but like for all the people that have were under the bombs that were dropped by our military. Those people live in hell, and our money paid for it. And this is definitely not the way I want to talk, because I want to be positive, and I'm trying, but it's hard. It's hard to just stay in the positive zone, because there is a lot of heartbreak that could possibly end. We may absolutely be able to escape this matrix, this veil that's been covering our eyes. We were watching all these people, blindly going through life, just thinking about their next paycheck. That may all end. The need for time, clocks. We may not need clocks anymore. We may not have to work anymore. I mean, 5D explains a lot to me biblically, where the sheet comes down, like heaven comes down like a blanket with four corners. And that's very specific. There's four angels on the four corners of there's four corners. And it's like in heaven, as same on earth. So there's four corners up there, there's four corners down here. But as we're rising up to 5D, it says in the Bible that it comes down, but I think we're going up. It's not coming down. I think that's just perspective thing, because we're rising up. We join him in the clouds. We go to heaven, but it's going to, I guess on earth, it's going to appear like it's coming down, but it's not. We're going up. So there's a lot of tie-ins with biblical and ancient tablets and calendars. And after midnight, after tomorrow, it'll be said and done. Either something will happen or nothing will happen. I like to think positive and think that something will happen, and I'm certainly prepared. I'm 100% linen. There's no other material touching my body but linen. So I have wrinkles everywhere. And I iron this shirt, but the wrinkles just won't come out of it. It's just like forever wrinkly, for eternally wrinkled. But I wanted to get my frequency up as high as possible, and 100 is the body's maximum. But I think that's why in the Bible, they were all wearing linen. Jesus was wearing linen. He was wrapped in linen. It says not to mix linen with, wool. And wool is the only other material that's 5,000 megahertz. So there's only two items of clothing that we can wear that are 5,000. But we can't wear them together, or they cancel each other out to zero. I just found out about that like months ago, like maybe last year. A lot of information has come to me in the last year, and kind of coalesced with, what's happening now, and biblically what's happening in the book. And I do know that we have to be unified. We have to. I think this is a potential time in mankind's history where mankind is going to be divided into two groups. There is going to be people who choose good, and there's going to be people who choose evil, and they're going to be divided. And that's not a bad thing at all. I don't have a problem with that. I would like all the bad people to stay together. The Rothschilds and all of those nefarious people, and Trudeau, they can all live on Epstein Island if they like. We don't have to see them or hear them, and they can be inappropriate with each other all they like.
Maybe Epstein Island isn't big enough for all of them.
Now, Barrett, yeah. Oh, all your bed is linen. Fantastic. Way to go. So, we talking about the rapture. Well, it just seems to make sense. But it's instant, so it's not over time. We're not going to see, heaven descending slowly. It's going to be like that. Boom. So that's one thing about, and yeah, it does seem to coalesce with the rapture. But I don't think the rapture's really been proven in the Bible. But I think this could be like a rapture. It would seem like a rapture. Like for me, for anyone rising up, I think they're not going to notice much. You know what I mean? I think they're just going to be restored. We're going to be restored as in the days of Noah before we were genetically modified and our lives were shortened genetically. That technology was there then. And I think that's why a lot of I think they're trying to stop us from it, becoming 5D, because they can't control us at 5D. If you could fly, you don't need a car anymore, right? You're a zero emissions human. I think flying might be a possibility. How exciting is that? Can you imagine if you could fly? You never have to pay rent again.
I would love to fly, but we're not connected to my Rumble for some reason. There's a bunch of people waiting, but it says we're live there, but for some reason the stream didn't connect there.
Well, it's showing you. Well, I see you there too.
It says we're live, but it's only playing my video clip intro over and over again, and there's a bunch of people there waiting, but
oh crap,
for some reason it's not connected.
Well, I hope they have your other channels to watch.
I'll put the link in there.
Yeah, if you're not seeing this, go here, and yeah, for sure, because I might have reached my limit, because I did see something.
It went live. Like I gave you the link and it went live. It says we're live, but for some reason it's not broadcasting there. So,
that was strange. So the fall of Babylon, yeah. So I mean, Alex Bailey, I'm not going to get too much into her, but she's really the one that gave the date, did the and along with other people, they found they had added 400 years on the calendar by calculating of the kings and that sort of thing. But it was figured out that it was exactly March 21st, 2025, where the golden age begins. And I don't want to get too much into her because there's a little bit of darkness, and I want to stay away from darkness altogether, because I think if we keep in a positive frame of mind, then positive things are going to happen. And I want everyone to come with us. Wherever we go, we will still be visible to each other, so it will seem like nothing's changed. You know what I mean? And I suppose there would be like a reverse rapture, where as we go up, we won't, 3D people won't see us anymore, but perhaps we won't see them either. So to us, they disappear, and to them, we disappear. So this would also explain how God separates good from evil. By doing this, they stay on a 3D plane, and we reach to the 5D plane. And I have, I let your thoughts, go crazy, because the potential. Imagine an apple tree or a cherry tree in 5D. I mean, what could that be like?
Amazing.
The food always ripe. I mean, can we talk to animals at 5D? 5D dogs? 5D cats will say, "Hey, get out of my space, man." I was here first. If cats could talk, they would really. I bet you they'd be miserable. Hey, get out of my face! What are you looking at me like that for? If cats could talk, but dogs like, I smell food. Do you have some? You have some crumbs on you. I smell some bread or something, or cinnamon bread on you. Because dog, it's all about food, eh? Food and love and procreation, unfortunately. And they don't care if you're another dog or a human, or they don't care. They just want to procreate. Could be a rabbit or frog. They just don't care. They have no scruples. So bad on dogs. So that's the only thing that's bad about dogs, I think, is they just don't have any self-restraining. They they can meet a total stranger and seconds later they're humping them. They don't ask for their phone number or chit chat or buy flowers, nothing. Just, hey, you're cute, ba-boom, ba-doom, ba-doom. Higher dimensional. Yeah, see, that's another thing. Can we see the lower realms? I mean, that's quite possible. That's quite possible. But angels and those sorts of entities might be visible. I mean, wouldn't that be crazy? But that would also explain biblically how we see the angels. That would be the only way. 3D will not see angels. They won't. So I don't know. That's another thing. That's why it's great to keep the mind open, because the potential it could be incredible. Yeah, telepathy. Yeah, between animals, and it also explains how we sit with the lions. We know where we no longer have these dangers from animals. We could sit and cuddle with a bear, a polar bear. So that kind of existence, that kind of euphoria and renaissance is what could happen. That's why I'm excited, because we're right at the precipice. We're talking an hour and 15 minutes until I disappear. I mean, till and that's the other thing. If we did go up, what if we all went up at the same time? Would we see each other still? But anyone that's not with us, watching this, watching the live, will think that we've disappeared. So I mean, it's great to put your mind into it and just have fun with it, because that's what we really have to do. We have to have fun. We have to laugh. We have to smile, and that's what the priority of the show tonight is, trying to stay away from any negative and just trying to keep it all positive, which is also why Angeline is here, because she's going to be definitely a positive booster. Same with Jesse. Jesse's a positive booster too. And I'm trying. It takes effort to be a positive booster for me.
What's your Rumble channel called?
My Rumble? Do you want the link, or?
Just if you can bring it up, I can see it. So, try and how you did last time.
There
You
we
showed
are.
it up on the screen.
That's we. That's us.
Could you? What does it say? Peyton 1102.
Yep.
Okay. Because for some reason, I don't know why, but it got you live on your Rumble, but not on mine.
Yeah. It's like you fixed me. You fixed me and I broke you.
Okay.
So I'm excited. Would it be something if we could find out finally what animals are thinking? Wouldn't that be amazing?
Well,
Because I think they would.
I've got this really connection with animals. I kind of feel them and kind of know what they're thinking and saying. And this is about 20 years ago. I actually went to go talk with a bear. I wanted to go communicate with the bear. And I said I get strange ideas and I just want to go do them, and I do them. I think about, I don't, ponder on it. When I think I want to do something, I go do it. So I felt I needed to go communicate with the bear. And I had this girlfriend at the time. It was about 20 years ago. And I think her name was Tara. And I brought my little tent and my sleeping bag and my backpack and my food. And I went and I got her to drop me off in the Kananaskis Mountains. It was one of the upper Kananaskis lakes. I set up the tent right by the lake. She hung out with me for a couple hours while we were right on the shore. And then she ended up leaving and just left me by myself in the middle of the mountains. And so I went on an adventure, and this was Jesse. I was Mr. Adventure. I would go and I'm looking for a bear. I want to go talk to a bear. And I'm thinking I'm going to meet a bear. I'm going to communicate with the bear. I want to have a conversation with the bear. So this isn't something new to me, because I always feel like I just have this uncanny connection with animals. And so I remember the first night I went to sleep, and the second day I woke up and I just went hiking through the mountains. And I'm not talking about trail hiking. I'm talking going where no man has, kind of gone before. And I'm hiking through the mountains, and then I run across this trail. So I go down this trail and I end up meeting some hikers. I find I guess as I was going through like the bush, I find where these people like this little campsites or whatever, tent campsites. There's no camping or whatever. And I meet these guys and they're like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Yeah, I just came that way through the mountains." They're like, "That way?" I'm like, "Where'd you come from?" I have no idea. I was just, kind of going through. And they're like, "Well, did you want some hash?" And I was like, "Hash?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" So I hung out with these guys for a couple hours, had some hash, and then I'm like, "Okay, I gotta go." And then I just went through the mountains again, not on a trail, and through the mountains. And I'm hiking and hiking. I must have been going for hours. And then I finally get to this one peak. And on this one kind of peak that I'm at, there was this giant lake. Like, not even giant, but a lake in like the middle of nowhere, not where anybody kind of goes. Like, I'm not going through any trails. And there was this kind of almost like mossy kind of grass by the lake. And it was, the sun's starting to come down. And I decide I'm going to camp here. So I set up my tent right on the shore of this lake. I set up my tent, and I'm, just enjoying. I remember the moon was out, and I'm still like kind of flying from this like Asher that I had earlier on. And then I go into my tent, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna, it's probably like about midnight, and all of a sudden I'm in my tent and I can hear this. I'm like, what the heck is that? So I like go out of my tent and I look. I'm looking, I can't see anything. I go back in my tent. I hear this. I'm like, what the heck is that? And because I obviously when I went to go talk to a bear, I wasn't coming unprepared. I had a big machete with me, like a bear machete, 3 or 4 pounds, just in case that thing wanted to not talk to me and wanted to eat me. I wasn't, being dumb. I made sure I had protection. I wasn't going there to hunt the bear, but I wanted to make sure if that thing didn't want to talk to me and rather wanted to hurt me, I would have something to defend myself, right? So I had this.
You didn't want to feed the bear.
No.
Yeah, you didn't want to be supper.
No, I definitely didn't want to be food. And so I got my machete in my hand, and I'm like looking, and the mountain was there's a big mountain right beside me, and then there's this lake, and we're way up. Like, I hiked up into this like crazy like ravine mountain type of place, and all of a sudden on the dark shadow I could see something's coming down, and something's coming down. I can't even see it. I'm still, feeling a little bit buzzed from the hash, and I'm like looking. I could see this like, this some kind of dark figure coming down the mountain, right? Now I'm just like, oh, I think my bear is coming, and like I'm getting like excited. It's like dark, only moonlight. I can't see. It's just this dark thing coming down the mountain, and I'm like really getting excited. And as it got down, it came like there was this flat plane at the bottom, and I could still only see it's like this dark figure. And then as soon as it got to the bottom, then it split into two. And I was like, what the heck? And so one went to the lake, and then the other one came straight for me. And they were porcupines. There was two porcupines that were like walking together, and all I could see was this dark thing coming down. I could hear this, and
The
one
prickly
went,
monster.
and one went to the lake, and one came straight for me. Like, right, I'm standing there with the machete in my hand, and I got this porcupine who's like directly coming towards me, and I'm like, and I go to the and I'm like, hey, porcupine, and it stopped. It stopped about maybe not even 10 feet away from me, maybe about 6 feet away from me.
Holy.
It stopped. It looked at me. It turned around. It put up all of its quills, like, because it's facing its back towards me. It put up all its quills, and at the time, I didn't know they couldn't shoot them. I'm thinking he's gonna shoot these things at me, right? I'm thinking this porcupine is shooting his quills, and I'm telling him, you really don't want to do that. I'm like, you do not want to shoot those things at me. I'm not here to harm you. You know, I'm here just to, you know, have this experience. I'm talking to this porcupine. It takes the quills down, turns around, and walks right for me, but right beside me. It walked right beside me that I could have pet this thing as it walked by. It was literally like, here's my leg. It walked like right beside me. I could have reached right down and grabbed this thing, but it just knew.
Wow.
And I'm having a machete in my hand, but I just don't have the energy. Like, I want to hurt this thing, right? And so it walked right beside me. It walked about 6 or 7 feet, like maybe the same distance that, you know, like, or maybe 10 feet, the same distance that it was. It walked straight, and then it walked over to where the lake was. And that's exactly where it met up with, I think, the female. I think that was the male. The male was coming to check me out, to have this experience with me. Connected back with the female on the bank shore, and they just kept walking by, and I was like, wow. I was like, that is such a cool experience, you know, to be able to have, like, you know, just this experience with two porcupines. One sticks his quills, and afterwards I was like, can these things shoot these things? That when I came back, I'm like, you know, researching and searching, and I was like, because I thought he would, you know, I didn't know that they couldn't shoot them. So what happens is, what a porcupine's defense is quills. They don't shoot them, but if you try to attack them, the barbs of a porcupine stick into you, and they drop them. So when a dog comes at them and tries to like bite them, and you'll see all these quills, it's not that the porcupine shot them in the face, it's that they tried to bite the porcupine, and then the porcupine releases the quills with these barbs that have little hooks on the end of them that stick there in the end, and they just release them. So I didn't know that at the time. I actually thought that he was gonna shoot me. I'm like,
wow.
I'm like, what the heck is going on? But then he turns and walks right beside me. Obviously, I didn't pet him because, you know, it's a porcupine, right? Maybe if it was something else, I might have put my hand on it and just kind of petted it as it walked by. But I wasn't doing that with this porcupine. But that was my first experience of this trip. And, you know, and a couple other, and I had to pack my food that I had. There was still ice in the top of this mountain. So I buried my food into the ice and packed it on with ice, so that way there was no smell, and that there were animals weren't coming for like the food that I had. And so I had a couple other, you know, days of I'm trying to find a bear. I couldn't find a bear. And then I ended up, you know, finding, you know, some people. I ended up getting a ride back, you know, back to, you know, civilization or whatever. And before my ride was coming to get me, someone told me that there was a mother bear and its cub that was just down the ravine. And I was like, what do I do? Do I go down to the ravine and go look? And I just sat on the rock and I watched the mother and the bear cub come. I was too far to, like, have a conversation with it. It was, would have been quite a hike for me to get down there. But I ended up seeing the mother bear and its cub. I didn't go to have a conversation, which probably would have been maybe a good thing, because, mama bears maybe aren't so, nice when they have someone that could potentially, I guess, harm the cub or whatever. But I ended up seeing the bear, but I didn't actually get to have a conversation and commute. But I think it was for me to have that experience with the porcupine is what led me to go to the mountains all by myself. And I think I was there for 3 days or 4 days out in the mountains by myself. But it was about being able to be dropped off, being able to survive, being able to there's more to just going and talking to a bear. I wanted to have this experience, of me being able to just know that it doesn't matter where I am or where I go, I will always be able to take care of myself. And, that this, event really showed me that.
I think that's kind of what we were talking about earlier, how your voice gave the porcupine peace of mind, and he knew you weren't going to hurt him, which is why he got so close to you, because he saw that you weren't a danger. And perhaps he wanted to make sure of that because of his girlfriend, Miss Prickly.
But what an amazing experience that was. Like, I've had, times when I tell you that I say I'm just, when I want to do something, I go do it. Like one day I decided I wanted to go bareback riding on a horse. And I just got up, and I had my puppy at the time was 6.5 months old. His name was King Savior's Son. And he was 6.5 months old. And I just decided I need to go ride a horse. I want to ride a horse bareback. I want to ride a horse bareback. I hadn't ridden a horse since I was a kid, and I was on a trail ride. But I really wanted to ride a horse bareback. And so I got up, started driving towards the mountains, kind of the Kananaskis, kind of the same place that I was. I'm not sure. I haven't shared the story with you before.
That was a great story. Mr. and Mrs. Prickly.
The
Pricklers.
I'm driving towards the mountains, and I look over into the field, and I see 50 or 100 horses. And I looked, and I'm like, oh, I want to ride one of those horses, right? And I'm just like, I really want to ride one of those horses. And so I'm on the highway though, right? So there's no turn off for a little while. You make the very first right, turn off. The horses were on my right. And I go into the little thing, and all of a sudden I see this big sign. It says no trespassing. And I'm like, I think that this is the native reserve. And I'm like thinking, what do I do? I want to ride one of these horses. Maybe I'll go ask them if I can rent one of their horses to ride. So
will I get killed?
So I'm like, maybe I can. Well, I never think any of that. I don't know. I'm just able to go wherever I want, do whatever I want.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, after the Pricklies.
Well, so I drive up, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go ask them if I can go rent one of their horses. And so I drive up, and I see the very first house, and I drive up to the first house, and I knock on the door, and I'm like, this lady, she was maybe, and at the time I was probably 22 maybe, and she was maybe about 30 years old, and she looks like, I don't know if she ever had a light-skinned guy ever come knock on her door in the middle of the reserve in the middle of nowhere. I just come and I knock on her door, and I said, excuse me, I said, I saw a whole bunch of horses in the field over there, and I was wondering if I was able to rent one of your horses because I really want to ride a horse. And she looks at me, and she's like, you need to go talk to my grandfather. My kids will take you up to the next house. So I'm like, okay. So I go up, the kids are showing me where the house was, and I knock on the door, and I said, and the grandfather opens the door, and he's like, hi. And I'm like, Well, I saw a whole bunch of horses in the field. So then I pulled up into the first house and I talked to your granddaughter. And your granddaughter said, I should probably go talk to you. And he looks at me and he's like, you can't ride those horses. And I'm like, why not? He goes, those are wild horses. You won't be able to catch one of those horses. He goes, but if you really want to ride a horse, you take this road, you make a first left, you go down the road, and there's the chief's house. The chief has got a stable, and you could probably rent one of the horses from the chief. And I was like, okay. So I get into my van and ride up the thing and go up the way, and I knock on the door, and then this guy, a little older than me, probably about 25 years old, answers the door, and I said, hi. I said, I saw a bunch of these horses in the field, and then I pulled up to the first house and knocked on the door, and I asked the lady if I could ride one of the horses, and she said I should talk to the grandfather. And I knocked on the grandfather's door, and the grandfather told me that I could probably, rent one of the horses from the chief. So I'm just here to see if I could rent one of, the chief's horses. He goes, well, you got to talk to my dad. And so I go up the stairs into the house, and the chief of the Stony Plain Indian Reserve, he was sitting in a wheelchair. He had a catheter. He was kind of like older and, shocking to me because I always thought chief, big, strong, it was just kind of a shocking moment that, a chief was in such poor health, medically. And I told him the story. I said, hi, chief. I said, I seen these horses in the field and I, really wanted to ride one of the horses. So I knocked on the door of the first house, and then I went. She told me to go talk to the grandfather. I talked to the grandfather. He told me to come talk to the chief. I knocked on the door, talked to the guy at the door, and he's telling me, you're the chief. And I was wondering, can I rent one of your horses? And he says to me, well, how much do you want to pay? And I said, I didn't even think about that. I was like, I don't know.
$20.
I said, well, you got to remember, this is almost 30 years ago. So, $20 would have been a lot of money at $20 at the time. But I told him, I said, I don't know. I said, depends on how long I ride the horse will, determine how much I pay for it. He goes, tell you what, he goes, you go to the stable. My son, who answered the door, Walter, will meet you at the stables. He goes, you can go ride the horse for as long as you want. And when you come back to the house here. Don't go to the stables because, I could go to the stable, get back in my van and just, drive off. And obviously he didn't want me to do that. Obviously, look what white men have done to them and treated them. I got light skin. Probably trust isn't on the biggest factor of some random guy coming to his house. Like, I don't know if anybody's ever with light skin just walked and knocked on his door after this adventure or whatever, right? So I go, okay, great. I'm like, thank you so much. And so I go to the stable and I get out of the car, and I let my dog out, and my dog is 6.5 months old. And he's never seen a horse, and my dog just sees these horses. It's a New Zealand Huntaway, so it's a sheep herding dog from New Zealand. And I went to go build a native rhythm drum with a light-skinned medicine man. That's how I ended up given this dog, just gifted to me.
Wow.
And so that's a different story, right? But at this time, I had him at 6.5 weeks is when I got him. He was 6.5 weeks old. And at this time, he's 6.5 months old. And he gets out of the van and he can't stop barking at these horses. And he's barking at these horses. He doesn't know what these things are. He's never seen a giant horse or whatever. So I actually go into the stables. This is before Walter even showed up. And I'm inside the stables and Xavier is just barking and barking and barking. And I pick my horse and I grab the horse and I hop up onto the horse inside of the stable. I haven't been on a horse since I was a kid in a trail rides. I jump up on this horse, and as soon as I got up on the horse, Xavier stopped barking. He started walking like he was so proud. He saw me on top of this giant horse. And I guess, the alpha sees me as the alpha on top of a big thing. And he was like the proudest little puppy just walking around. He stopped, never barked after that. He was like, it was the weirdest thing. As soon as I got up onto this horse, he just stopped barking. Maybe he didn't see them as a threat. Maybe he seen me on top of it. I don't know what it was, but instantly he stopped barking. And then Walter comes and he's got a saddle and he's got a bridle and all that, and he comes and he's like, I really think you should put the saddle on this horse. And I said, I really wanted to ride this horse bareback. My whole thing is I want to ride like they did like hundreds or thousands of years ago, where they didn't have saddles. They just, had horses, and I just want to be like one with this animal. And he's like, okay, you don't have to put a saddle on, but I really suggest you put this bridle thing on, because he says, if you fall off the horse, there's a good chance you're not going to be able to grab him and get back on the horse unless you have this thing. And I'm thinking about it. I'm like, okay, I guess we'll put that in. So he put the bridle in its mouth and handed me the rein. And then he opens up the stable door, and I walk outside the stable, and I walk outside the stable with the horse. And right in front of the stables was this giant hill, and it was 100 feet tall, this big hill. And I thought to myself, if I'm gonna ride this horse and I can make it up this hill, I'll be able to ride this horse. But if I fall on this hill riding this horse, he's right there, he can help me. My experiment, I tried to ride a horse, I was just thinking, pre-planning, right? And I'm just thinking that I'm going to go to the top of this hill. I never rid a horse since I was a kid, but now I'm climbing up a big steep hill, all the way up, and start, going up this hill, and Savior's coming along. He's following me. He's coming along, and we get to the top of the hill, and I'm like, wow, this is great. And on the top of the hill was this giant plain. Like, I'm talking about 10 football fields or 20 football fields long. Like, you can't even see as far as flat, plains, no trees, just this giant area that I was like, you know what? I'm going to start galloping this horse. And I start galloping the horse, and I start running. The wind is in my hair. Savior's trying to follow as fast as he can behind us. He's like, all I could see is his head getting smaller and smaller. He's a New Zealand sheep herding dog. So these dogs are very fast. But we were going so fast that he wasn't anywhere even, but he's not stopping. Like, obviously he's trying to like run, and I'm running, and I'm like, it was one of the most, I can't even explain the feeling of being one with this animal on this plains, on the native Indian reserve. And I'm just like galloping with the wind in my hair. I'm like, one with this animal. I'm just galloping, and it was just the feeling of freedom. It was just so freeing, and it was such a beautiful moment in my life. And then obviously I slowed down the horse, and so that way Savior could like catch up. And then, after that, after Savior caught up, like, I stopped the horse, Savior caught up, and he's like panting away, like, because we were like running, like, it was one of the most amazing experiences, right? And then afterwards, we started just walking around and checking out the land, and I heard the river. And I'm like, you know what? I'm like, let's go to the river. That's the next idea. When Jesse thinks of something, he wants to just wants to go do it. So we start going towards where the river is. But remember, I told you we went up a giant hill, right? And then we were at the top of this plain. So once we got closer to the river, it started going down. And it started getting trees, and it was getting thick brush, and I'm having to karate chop branches, I remember, and I'm grabbing branches, trying to rip them off so it's not poking the horse, and it's getting denser, and it's getting steeper, and we kind of get to kind of where in the edge is where the river is, and it's like a cliff, like 20 feet down to the river, right? And I'm thinking, I'm asking the horse, I'm like, do you jump these things? I don't know, right? I'm not really a horse. I'm like, would we be able to jump down there? I think it's pretty high. We probably shouldn't do that. So we turned around, and I'm not sure. Paul must have clicked out, but we turned around, and there you are. We turned around, and we started going back up the hill, through the trees. And I remember karate chopping. I'm like, and I'm just having like an amazing experience bonding with this animal. And I've been able to like really communicate with horses, and kind of started off with the communication with the bears and horses. And I sing with birds. I talk to birds, like when I'm walking by and birds are singing, I'll sing back, and then I'll copy what they do, and then they laugh at me when I copy them. And it's just like I have this it's really
That's cool. So
I know.
you're like the porcupine whisperer, the horse whisperer.
Bird whisperer, dog whisperer, all kind. I don't know.
You
I
are
really
so
love.
ready for 5D. You're ready for 5D.
Oh yeah. And I've been ready for a very, very, very long time. And so I go back up the hill, and we go, instead of galloping through the plains, we're just kind of like, trotting along. So, Savior didn't have to like, fall behind. And we get back to where the house is. And I don't know, at this time, I must have been 2 hours or 2.5 hours adventure. And hi, beautiful.
Look at how he just lit up right there. The horse whisperer.
The Angeline whisperer.
Well, I'd like to thank you, Angeline, for coming on the show and putting Jesse back together again.
I was telling him about when we first met, and my legs were after the High Vibe Love Tribe, and my legs were so, hurting, and you would just help me and heal me and just take so much time and care. And, it's just the most amazing thing to just, feel that love that you genuinely wanting me to feel better and take the time and stuff. So I shared that a little bit earlier. So that's why I think you was saying you put me back together again.
I'm not done till I'm done. You can hear me okay?
Yep. Have you heard the
good.
porcupine? Did you hear the porcupine story?
I
And he's-
have, yeah.
It's a great story. That's a great
You
story.
mean the bear story?
Yeah. It was supposed to be a bear, but it turned into a
big, scary
porcupine. The Pricklies, Mr. and Mrs.
So I'll just finish
So
off the horse story.
Oh, yes, please.
And so I make it back to the chief's house, and I'm on the horse, and Savior's with me, and Walter comes out, and he looks at me, and he's like, "How was it?" And I'm like, "This was the most amazing experience I've ever had in my life." I'm like, "Thank you so much." And I reach into my wallet, and I don't know, it was like $92 or like, $112. It was something like, it was around $100 that I had. And at the time, I'm probably sure I could have gave him $20, like you said, and he probably would have been happy. I gave him every cent out of my wallet. I handed him all the $92, and I'm like, "Thank you so much." I go, if this isn't enough, I'll drive to a bank machine and I'll get you more money. He looks at the money. He looks at me. He's like, no. He's like, "Thank you." He goes, "This is, more than enough. This is plenty." And he puts the thing, and he goes, and I told him about the river. I said, before I gave him the money, I said, "Yeah, I heard the river. I wanted to go down the river." And after he takes the money, he goes, "You still want to go to the river?" And I said, "Yeah." He goes, "You take the horse." He's like, "You go up this road." He goes, "You go up this road, you make a right, then the first little bend, and you'll be by the river." So I got to take the horse to the river, and the horse got to drink some water, and the river's fast. This is like the Bow River going fast with these big boulders and things. And he says to me, he goes, "You go to the river," and he goes, "You come," and he goes, "When you come back, just go to the stable. You can just leave the horse in the stable." And he goes, "You come back tomorrow at 2:30. He goes, "You and me will go riding on these horses. We'll put some saddles on there free of charge." He says, like, I handed him all the money I had. Like, I'm sure he would have been happy with $20. We're talking almost 30 years ago, right? Where $20 had a lot more value than it did now. But I just, money meant nothing to me at this experience. I gave him everything that I had. And at the time, the Stony Plain Indian Reserve was the poorest Indian reserve in Canada. Okay, this is before they built the casino. This is just before the Kananaskis. It was the poorest, reserve in all of Canada. That's, what people said. And so I ended up going to Banff that night and, getting really, inebriated and, had some fun and things, and I wasn't able to get to, back to the reserve in time for when he told me. I knocked on his door, nobody answered, but he told me at the time, he goes, anytime you want to come to the reserve here, you can come here anytime you want. It was another thing that he said, right? And he said, so I went to where, knocked on his door and he didn't answer. So I ended up going to the river where I went with the horse, and me and Xavier went by the river, and I'm walking, and next thing you know, I look up and I see these giant cliff, and I want to climb the cliff. And yeah, it was just another one of these crazy things. And so I start, and it was probably almost maybe 80 degrees. Like, it wasn't straight up, but it was like almost straight up. But there was dirt and rocks and trees, and I'm wanting to climb this thing for whatever reason. I wanted, no, not with the horse. I wanted to climb this cliff. It was just me and Xavier. And so I start climbing the cliff, and I see Xavier start running, and then he can't go up any further, and he's like, woo, and he goes, cool, and he starts running, and then he's like, woo, and landing, and I'm like, tell him, go around, and as I'm climbing, the different rocks and things were falling down, because this wasn't like, it was like a dirt kind of like cliff with some trees and dirt, and I didn't want anything that I stepped on to to fall down and maybe hit him in the head or whatever. And I'm telling him, go around. I'm like, go around. And I'm climbing up this cliff, and I get to the top. I put my hand on the top of the cliff this way. I look down to see where Xavier is, and I lost my footing, and I went straight down the cliff. And we're talking, I don't know, maybe probably 40, 50 feet. And it was the fastest 3 or 4 seconds of my life. Everything that I grabbed onto pulled out rocks, and I grab onto a little, a tree thing, snapped off. I'm all the way down this thing trying to grab onto something, but I went straight down, and where the river is by this Bull River are giant boulders. So where I'm going and I'm climbing, there are all these big boulders. So I'm going straight down very fast, and I land on a flat rock. I don't remember the flat rock when I decided I wanted to start climbing on this thing, right? And I land on this flat rock, and I look up, and I was like, wow, I'm like, that was so intense. So,
Holy.
but I ended up spraining my ankle. I sprained my ankle at the time. So I remember I had Shaquille O'Neal zebra high top basketball shoes. My shoes looked like zebras. So at the time, they were the Shaquille O'Neal zebras were my shoes. And I remember sticking my foot into the cold river because my ankle was sprained, right? So I put my foot into the cold. I remember my high top runners. And I walked up and down the shoreline of this thing, and I didn't see a flat rock anywhere, except for that one place that I landed on that flat rock. So it was kind of an amazing story. And I ended up afterwards, I ended up finding this wild dog, probably one of these dogs from the reserve, and he had burrs all in them. And because me and Xavier lived in the van. I lived in my van with my dog at the time, right? And I was going to college, and I was living in the van. And so I had big bag of Xavier's dog food. So I kept feeding this dog, and he just kept eating food. I couldn't believe how much he ate. And I took my brush, and I brushed all the burrs out of him. I spent time with this just dog, me and Xavier hang out with this dog, and I brushed them all. So I could just imagine this res dog, probably one of the chief's dogs, the chief's son, he comes back, he's all brushed, no burrs, and he's like, what happened to the dog? How did he get groomed? Just some random guy that came and was able to groom this dog. But that was my experience at that reservation, and it's just I just took a chance. I said no trespassing, and next thing you know, I'm riding a horse. Next thing you know, I'm back there climbing hills and, brushing dogs. And it's just one of those things when I just set my mind to things, I just go do it without any fear or block that stops me from doing what I want to do.
Wow. You had me scared though when you fell on the rock. I thought, this is where the hips went.
Well, if
Sure.
I
No.
would have landed on one of the rocks and hit my head, I'm in the middle of the reserve where nobody knows I am, and it's me and my
Yeah.
dog. So it would have been up to Savior to go try to find help, to try to help me if I would have hurt myself at that time. But I ended up landing on this like flat rock.
That's crazy. So you went from porcupine whisperer, horse whisperer to almost bear food. Yeah. Well, this is good. We got 40 minutes left till the golden age begins. And I'm so excited because the 6,000 year dark age ends. The karmic reset begins. And we're going to do it together tonight. So we may disappear. You may just see background, no more talking, and 432 music. If that's the case, you didn't make it. Okay, that's not a good thing to say.
Depends
No,
which way it goes too. Some people say the good get left, and some people say the good goes. So who knows?
Yeah. Well, I think that the God is splitting mankind into two, the good and the bad. It's where sin is removed from the world, where it can't touch us anymore. Like, that's one thing. And then we have a lot of people who believe that the rapture, that could happen, but we're not actually disappearing. We're just vibrating faster at a higher speed. So we still exist. We live. It's just that we won't get sick anymore. We won't die. I mean, there will be no more tears, no more suffering. And we could possibly all become porcupine whisperers. We may be able to communicate with animals. How amazing would that be? But we got 40 minutes, and I'm so excited. I have to have a cigarette, and I don't smoke in my apartment. So I'm going to give it to you guys to talk about me or about the golden age with all our audience watching. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay, so hi, you're looking so beautiful,
Thanks.
like always. We're restreaming to our The Missing Link page, and then to our Twitter, The Missing Link. He connected to our Rumble. I set up a Rumble, but he somehow used the stream key that I gave him, but it ended up connecting to his Rumble. So we're live on his Rumble and not ours. So I put in the comments links because it says we're live on our Rumble page, but it didn't actually go live for there. So I put the link to his. First I put the Facebook link to this live, then I put the Twitter link, and then I put his Rumble link for people that don't do Facebook or Rumble, so that way they can see it, on Rumble if they don't do it on Twitter, if they don't have a Twitter or whatever. But we're live on, some of our platforms here as well.
Nice. I'm glad the internet's holding up with both of us here going live at the same time in the same house. I'm just in my kitchen here, so
Right on.
had
How you
to
feeling?
set up. Okay. Not bad. I love you and your stories. You're such a storyteller. And they're all
Thought it was
very interesting, so worth a listen.
Thought it'd be a good time to share a few little, uplifting. He was talking about we just want to keep it very positive, very happy. And I thought, some of these wild little adventures that I'm on kind of is uplifting and positive. So apparently the golden age is starting, whatever that means. We're moving into a new yuga or something. It's a new, out of the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius finally. I'm not really sure what that means, but I think that's some part of different, energy vibration timelines. I think it's a really important time. Apparently, this is also where some of these dark entities do a lot of rituals and sacrifices on these days. So we're keeping it very positive and high vibrational to counter any of these, dark things that they may try to throw at us.
In astrology, Aquarius is my ruling planet, and my daughter is a double Aquarius, and my mom's an Aquarius, and we're ready, obviously, for this. And really, the age of Pisces, I think, is kind of where we believed in other things. Like, we believed in things outside of ourselves. Like, we believed in the medical system. We believed in the religious system. We believed in these things having to lead us and show us things. But it's like coming into an awakening of connecting with our higher selves and with Source outside of what those systems are telling us it is. Like, you have to do this and be this and blah, blah, blah to be approved, to be in, to be okay. And we're kind of learning, Aquarius is kind of the awakening to Source and nature, reconnecting back to nature and our highest selves is what I think it is. It's the awakening of knowing truth about Source, because so many of us have been taught to be so afraid. And I think if we're going to upgrade or whatever happens to any higher vibration, it begins with knowing who Source is and that Source loves us. Like, that for me is the bottom line, because when we know, we're brave and we act on it. We act on our knowing. Like, if we know God loves us, we're healed. If we know God loves others, we happily spread that to others. And I hope it spreads like wildfire, because
Yes.
Source is love.
Yes, love is the key. Absolutely. Loving your enemy, forgiving your enemy, forgiving yourself, loving yourself. A Source is everywhere, omnipresent, always there for us, just an unseen force, And God is within us and all around us, participatory, the most amazing facilitator of life and grace. And perhaps in 30 minutes, things will all change to the better. I mean, that's a potential that I'm really excited about right now. The golden age.
Here
And
it's
being a
only
part of it.
9. Here it's 9:32. So are we going off your time?
So I'm going to disappear first.
It goes around, I guess.
Wow. Well, I hope you guys are all right with finishing the show off.
Well, 100%. We just don't know how to stop it. We don't have any. We don't have any keys. We'll just keep going.
It'll just run until I use all my StreamYard points or whatever, my time. It'll be the stream that never ended. Who knows what's going to happen? I don't know, but the timeline, that's a good point. See, it could happen at some point today or, tomorrow. So I don't know. That's also another potential, but officially midnight, the 21st is when it starts for everyone in your timeline. What time did you say it was? 9?
It's 9:31 right now.
Yeah.
So you're 3 hours. See, I don't know.
You're 11:30. We're 9:30. You're 11:30.
Huh. That's weird. I wonder
Maybe
if
you'll
that's
have to go to the source and research if they specified or where they were coming from. Maybe it's their time. Or maybe there's an ancient calendar or system that they're going off of that we could look up and figure out what lines up with it.
Yeah, because it's the Yugi, YUGI,
the Kali
Yugi cycle.
The Kali Yugi.
Kali Yugi.
And so
Hmm.
we have our friend Anthony Rogers, who's in Australia, says it's 2:30 p.m. tomorrow time. So he's already in the 21st right now in Australia in the afternoon. And I think you said in a half an hour you're going to open up the panel for other people to join if they wanted to.
Yes. Yes. I'm
Okay,
going to put the link everywhere so anybody can join us in this moment at midnight. I will put the link on everywhere I can.
Well, Anthony's
Rumble.
a musician, right? So he probably maybe even like to come play up some music if you're up to it, Anthony, in about 30 minutes. He's a musician as well. He performs, he sings, he's like, plays all kinds of instruments. So if that interests you, brother, when he opens up the panel in about a half an hour, come up and come say hi, and maybe if you wanted to play us a song or two.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. I could maybe even play with you my piano.
That would be
And that's-
amazing. I'd love to hear the two of you play together.
Oh, that would be fun. I'm in 432 though. I mean, I can tone up. Wouldn't want to use 440 at midnight.
But what a celebration for this new cycle, and what the age of Pisces, we're going from the age of believing into the age of knowing. And I think that that's the difference between the two ages, where the Pisces was, you need to believe in this, you need to believe in that. It was all about your belief system, opposed to this new cycle is the age of Aquarius, the age of actually knowing the difference, not just believing. You're going to know. And I think that that's going to empower a lot of people, whatever this is, once they start to really truly know, opposed to losing their belief in things and coming with a state of knowing instead of that belief.
Yeah, because like mankind has amnesia. We're disconnected from source, from the true essence of who we are. So I mean, the potential is only limited by our imagination at this point. It could be more than what we imagine. It could be less, but it's good that we're not alone. We have each other, and that's what's so important, is that we're aligned and we're in a positive frame of mind to usher in a potential renaissance.
That's where I feel so blessed, is no matter what comes, no matter what happens, or the higher or the lower vibration, that I have Angeline with me to go through it together with, right? And as long as she doesn't split and I'm still here, then I'll have to like rethink all that. But for now, I love that she's able to flow through whatever it is that this life is with me, and that makes me feel really, really good that I found that God sent that angel that was truly meant to be by my side through this time.
We both found our angel. And I love being here. I love being with you. I love my life here with the kids and Hawk, and it's really a blessing. And it's never a straight road. Like, life is full of ups and downs, but it's part of what makes it really beautiful, is navigating and growing and expanding, because that's life. You learn what you like, you learn what you don't like, you get inspired, you desire things, and it makes you grow. And I love growing with you, Jesse. I love that we're all growing.
So those bars that you have in the bedroom on the ceiling, did you ever use them for anything other than massaging, or?
No. I tried to do a pull-up on it once, but it didn't work.
Yeah, that would be
Or I
really
use
good.
it to try and crack my back, but that doesn't work either.
Don't you have to like hang upside down, or?
They're
That would,
really
like-
close to the roof, so you can't really do anything more than hang on them.
Yeah, because you can't even pull yourself up because of your head, right? So there's only they're maybe about this far away from the roof. So really, you'd bang your head if you tried to pull yourself up too high.
Well, I mean, it was a good idea. I mean, she was standing on your legs, so that, one wrong move and that could hurt a lot. So that was good to have the stability.
There's a name for that kind of massage actually, and they have like special setups for it. So, but I use it like now I've gotten good at it. Now like you can use your heels to like strip the muscles, or like I have strong hands and I can do that, but just that helps, like less effort, less tiredness on my part if I can use my body weight to massage, I guess.
But the wonderful thing about you is you probably get tired, but your love is so strong, you keep going. Even though he's snoring, fast
it's
asleep.
my workout. Hey, if I don't give Jesse a massage on a regular basis, I miss my workout. It actually like I'll be like I'll massage him for like 2 hours on average, probably. Hey, Jesse. But I just like I go to town and then I'm like, look at my muscles, and I got like nice muscles. It's my workout. It's an awesome workout, the best workout ever. So I actually love doing that. I was helping my mom out recently too, because she gets really bad, has really bad nerve compression and gets nonstop spasms in her back that causes like her muscles to seize up, and she's in so much pain all the time. And gave her a really good massage, and she was like good for a couple of days without a single spasm, and she just hadn't felt like that in forever. I'd never seen her so much like a kid in the next couple of days, because she was free of pain. And if I can do that for people that I love, I'm super happy, and I like it. Like as long as I pay attention to my body and like keep myself from being too twisted up and everything, like balance out what I'm doing so that I don't hurt myself, it's actually really good for me too. So really good for my health, my little workout. So
No, it's good. I'm glad God put you two together. It's nice to see, and I guess that's why I wanted you both on this very special episode, perhaps my last episode. And if you come with us, my next episode will be in 5D. And I may have no more gray hair. Who knows? I could be new me.
ooh, I hope I get silver hair. I'd much rather have silver hair.
Really?
Oh yeah, I love it. I had some, like when I was young, I had there was a group, and this one lady, and she spoke over me that she kept seeing me with the name Wisdom, and I had silver hair, and I love that image, and I love silver hair. I've always loved silver hair. I'm jelly of my mom because she's got salt and pepper hair, and it's so pretty.
Would it be crazy if you got what you wanted live on? Your hair would turn color. I mean,
Yeah.
who knows? But I mean, if the birds and dogs start talking to me, it might freak me out at first. Because I really think they're automatically going to rise, because I think they're beautiful. They're living their lives, like birds and all the animals, I think I can see them rising. I don't see any life being excluded from this. I mean, even the animals, the plants, anything with life is even trees are living, right? So I can see all of them rise, everything rising with us and creating this absolute euphoric renaissance where nothing's going to be stopped anymore. Any creative thinking, like hydrogen cars or all these inventions and creative people that have been suppressed over time will all suddenly burst out and just create an absolute amazing life with no more death, no more pain, no more suffering, no more disease, nothing, no more vaccines. Oops, there goes YouTube. They've been so bad, They've been bad.
I like calling them Jabberwockies. Somebody said that, and now it's my favorite word.
That's great, Jabbernazi.
No,
My new favorite word.
Jabberwocky.
Oh,
Yeah.
But
my new.
Jabber Nazis were giving the Jabberwockies.
Yeah, yeah. You're gonna get the walking, the walk of shame. How could you do this to mankind? How could you suppress knowledge and wisdom from doctors and specialists? What a shame that we had to go through that. But I guess it's an appropriate way to end the bad and bring in the good. And we've got 15, 16, 17, 18 minutes before I disappear. And then it'll be the Jesse and Angeline show for the remainder of until they leave. Or I'll still be here and I'll be adding people, adding the link to all the everywhere. I gave you have the link. I don't know if you can share it. Can you? I can put it in private chat. Maybe that will work so you can invite all your friends. There we go. 15 minutes. We've got the Porcupine Whisperer special guest tonight. The porcupine story was great, and that's what we need. We definitely want to be at the maximum positive that we can be right now. So any positive stories that you could share, Angeline? Inspirational. It's up to you. You don't have to. I don't want to pressure you.
And before you do that, Angeline, I just want to let you know it's called a shiatsu massage. So where you have the bars, it's called a shiatsu. It says maybe a shiatsu bars may be attached to a ceiling or wall from wall to wall with a beam in the exact way a heavier picture is placed on a wall. Proper use of studs and rafters along with right size bolts. So it's called a shiatsu massage.
Yeah, I've heard it's a Japanese thing where they walk on your back, and
that's what she does.
It works.
So your legs and your hips, are they better now? Like, would you say you're healed, or?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm healed, but I ended up getting the pain progressed more and more and more throughout.
Really?
No, at the beginning, before I had the surgery. So when I, had this, whatever, I got these travel injections, whatever it was, for 13, 14 years, my pain got progressively worse and worse and worse. And for the first probably 10 years, maybe even 11 years, when I would be in so much pain, I'd go to sleep and I'd wake up and I'd be fine. Right. And I'd go about the day and do whatever I did. And as throughout the day, it started to get more and more pain. And in the evenings, it was a lot of pain. So I'd smoke, some cannabis and then help with the pain, fall asleep, and then I'd wake up. And then I don't know if it was in 2021, maybe after doing the high vibe love tribe, but it started getting to the point that when I would wake up, Angeline would help me, in the night. But if she didn't, sometimes I'd wake up with pain in the AM. I would toss and turn.
All night, he'd be up over and over again.
It's hard to fall asleep when I was in a lot of pain if she wasn't there to be able to help alleviate that pain. But it got to the point where I'd be waking up in the AM and I would still have that pain as soon as I would wake up, and I was like, oh, I can sleep that pain away. I wasn't healed, because we heal when we sleep, right? That's why sleeping is so important, because your body actually heals and repairs itself and things. And it got to the point where my body wasn't repairing. Pain was more than I was repairing myself, and the pain was just getting worse and worse, and tried virtually everything, and then got the surgery. And they did a double hip replacement, so both hips got done at the exact same time. The first 3 weeks, month was really tough. Wonderful that I had Angeline and my mom that were there to help me, get me things. They wanted me to walk right away, which was crazy. They just cut off both of my legs. They jammed bars into my hip joints, jammed bars into my femurs. And the surgery was, I think they took me in at 7 or 8 a.m. It was like a 6-hour surgery. So 1 p.m., 2 p.m., I'm out of surgery, and that night at 10 o'clock, 8 hours later, they wanted me to walk myself to the washroom. I couldn't believe it. Like, they wanted me to walk on my new legs after they just cut off my legs, detached them from the body, rammed some bars down my femurs. And, you'd think that they would give you maybe a few days to, like, let it kind of heal and seize and stuff. And what their reasoning is that if you don't go and walk on it right away, some people will be scared or timid to walk on it. So healing possibly would take longer. You should just get out there and just start walking on it, which to me was crazy. The only thing I said to my doctor, which makes any sense, is when the surgery is right done and I step on it, like, and put weight on it, it may actually cinch it down. Like, so it actually, like, because I'm putting weight on it at the time that it's fresh, you're going to actually push it more into place at that time. That to me would make sense if she told me that. She just said, no, it's just psychological that they want to get people walking because psychologically they need it. There's no actual medical benefit. It sets it. That's what OT is saying. That's what I was thinking. It might actually set it, but that's not what she said. She said it was all psychological. So the first, year I went through, it just, the pain that I had before, tremendous pain, is gone. But my left leg, I think one of my tendons were so hard and so tight that the whole time my left, which wasn't as bad as my right, I've had pain in my leg. And now even when I walk, like I walk hawk for 15 minutes and I start getting a lot of pain. We were walking around a bit today and I get this pain in my left. And so I went and seen the hip surgeon last week, and she says it's a really tough tendon. It's called a rectus something. It's really weird that it's called rectus, but this tendon. And so she suggested I get massage, acupuncture, physiotherapy, and she says it's going to take maybe about 6 months to loosen this tendon. So the pain that I had before, it's only 10% of what it was, but I still having some issues with my left leg. It's not 100% healed, but I don't feel that crazy pain. Like I can go to sleep easily at nighttime because I'm not, in the pain that I was, before the surgery.
Wow. I can't imagine my legs being separated from my body. That would be really crazy. I certainly wouldn't want to see it. Like, could you like bring my legs a little closer to me, please?
The other thing was the other thing was he had severe low blood pressure and blood pressure drops and all of that, and they weren't taking that into consideration because he didn't have any blood, right?
So we didn't tell you this part of it, Paul. So they couldn't guarantee me that it was uninjected blood. So I was cut open for my hip surgery for 6.5 hours, and I lost blood for 6.5 hours. So they couldn't guarantee me that I had to refuse a blood transfusion. I wouldn't want any other blood. I had to sign my life away that even if I was dying, that they couldn't give me blood that maybe has this demon juice in it. I didn't want the demon juice. I would rather have passed on to the next life before allowing any demon juice blood to come into me. And so I tried to donate my own blood, but apparently 2 years before the surgery, Trudeau made it illegal for people to donate their own blood unless it's a medical necessity, not because I choose not to get demon juice blood. So I could not donate my own blood. So I literally had to sign a form saying that even if I was dying, you couldn't give me any blood to help me. And so what Angeline was saying is when I came out of surgery, I was like, I had lost a lot of blood. And so that first few days, I felt like almost passing. I was close to maybe even passing on. Like I was not feeling well at all. And I was like white as a ghost. And, I felt like I almost was going to like pass out or pass on. And I had super low blood pressure. And they wanted me to leave the hospital. They want you out the next day. And I ended up being in the hospital for like 3 or 4 days because of my low blood pressure. And so it was really rough the first little while, but I believed so much in not wanting this demon juice that I wanted to prove that I could go get the surgery. I didn't need it. I could still, and for some reason I was still meant to be here. So, I made it through it, even though I didn't let them inject any blood into me.
Well, we got 8 minutes, and I think it has to be the whole world. I'm just guessing, I'm speculating, but if it's like 10 o'clock for you, I think you have to be in the 21st. Like, I think the whole world has to be in the 21st for it. I think that might be when it happens.
So Hawaii is 4 hours after us. I think it's 4 or 5 hours. So if it's midnight in Hawaii would be like 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. our time. So that would be at 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. your time. That's when the whole world would be on the 21st. But does it have to be right at midnight for everybody? It could be sometime in the afternoon, right? Like it could be, a time where the whole world doesn't. I'm sure it does. Oh, midnight. Let's make it happen right now. I'm sure that there are more factors that go along if that actually happens where people actually do disappear. I'm sure that it's not actually like a midnight time that it is gonna happen.
Well, that's the thing. In 7 minutes, we're gonna find out, because otherwise, then that could be the possibility that everyone has to be in that day. But if something does happen to me, I will share it, and you will know. If my nose straightens or or if I get handsome, then it started. But beauty, thank God beauty's on the inside, because I definitely have the face for radio.
And those things are the things that are endearing and they're beautiful about us. Like the flaws about us are what make us beautiful. If you ask me, like, I don't know, the imperfections make this whole world beautiful.
Yeah, my imperfections keep me humble, but being humble is the best thing that ever happened to me, because I think when we're in our 20s, humility is not really there so much, because we want to take over the world, we want to conquer, we can do anything that we put our minds to. We're just so full of life and possibilities, and there's so many roads to choose. And at my point in life, it's more of using everything that I've learned to be a better person, to be humble. To me, that is an accomplishment, humility, to be able to, because I would have never chosen this but I just believe God put me here and I have a purpose. I didn't come here for fame. I came here to bring out truth that no one knows. At least not everyone knows, that I think is important. And that's what I do. That's really what I do. This is important. Tonight's important. 5 minutes. Ooh wee! I'm getting excited.
Anthony's in Australia, and he said his ears have gotten pointy.
It's not it's still the 20th there, right, Jesse? Or
no,
Anthony?
It's the 21st. He's in the
21st.
afternoon already.
So
he's
Anthony's
in the afternoon
in the
already.
21st. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
So he's already in 21.
Yeah, and he said his ears have gotten pointy.
Is he the musician?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
and he said he's in 432 as well. His music instruments are tuned to 432.
Awesome.
Well. That's awesome. 432. Yeah, bring it on.
This generation, I try to speak this a lot, because this generation needs to hear it the most, to, like, we are all here in bodies, and we don't always feel like our bodies or like our bodies. Like, maybe you want to be taller or smaller or bigger or stronger or whatever, and we all don't really feel fully like ourselves. And but we have to like fully embrace and love the bodies that we're in, right? Like,
Yeah.
they're gifts and we chose them for a reason. Even if we don't understand, if we truly believe we chose this vessel for a reason, then we'll embrace it, that it's exactly what we needed for what we came here for and what we wanted to expand in. So it's a part of our journey and what we want to become. So
And beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and everyone has got a different eye for beauty.
Just kidding.
Did you hear that? Oh, well, you're 3 minutes early.
I couldn't help it. I couldn't help
Well,
myself.
I'm not sure if you heard what I said, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and
Yes.
everyone's got a different eye for beauty. And so, what one person thinks is beautiful, another may not. And one person thinks is, not attractive, another person thinks is, super attractive. It's beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and everyone's got a different eye for beauty. So, not everybody's the same. And like Angeline said, like, some of these things that, may not be beautiful in a magazine are beautiful because that's what makes a person, who they are. That's true beauty, right? And she also said beauty is within. And so when you're beautiful inside, it doesn't matter what the outside looks like. People
That
can
is so true.
feel that beautiful, and it's just an outer shell. And if people can feel your beauty, you become much more beautiful than anybody can imagine. People that have the beauty inside are more beautiful than anything that you could see in a magazine or on a TV screen, right? That's true beauty. That's true love. That the beautiful is inside makes that person look way nicer than any type of magazine or TV that anybody could be presented in.
Well, that's one thing you both have in common. You're both beautiful on the inside. And I've seen 1 minute. So
this is gonna be fun all night.
Is that the new theme?
Your invisible host is in 5D. Thank you for joining us. 11:59. I don't think I'm going to disappear. I want to disappear.
Aww.
That's okay. That's the thing. We're not actually going to disappear. We're just rising in frequency. So it's going to be 12 o'clock in less than a minute. I will put the links for people to join to create absolute chaos out of this beautiful show that we're having. Let's see. I'm going to go right to missing link on Facebook because that's where your friend is. And I'm just going to post it right now so you can join. Let me get I do have a piano, but
well, is it the link that you texted me, Jesse?
Yeah, I just texted it to Anthony.
But that's the link, right? If I want to share it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So someone just sent me a message and it says, when you realize Easter 2025 will be on 4/20, and then there's a pot smoke.
That's
Welcome to the golden age.
I do not know how to adjust the sound on this thing.
It's pretty loud for me too.
Shoot.
there. Now my guitar is 432. All right, let's see. I will put my link on my Rumble in the comment section, my Facebook in the comment section, and my YouTube. There we go. So it's all out. There we go. And I'm still here, right? Everyone can still see me? Just checking.
Do you hear something, Jesse?
No, I don't. Where did Paul go? Do you see him? You see him, Angeline?
Let me turn off my music. So I don't feel any different, to be honest. I am in all linen, and but it's good to, either put it to bed, put it to rest. This is a calendar ending, so we can still celebrate a new beginning and a golden age that took 6,000 years to get here. The line's open if anyone wants to join us. They can now. I'll bring you in as soon as I see you.
You know, one of the best things I've ever learned in my life is that bliss is actually a choice. And if you've ever experienced the vibration of bliss, knowing that you can consciously choose to feel that, like when you encounter a tree, when you breathe fresh air, when you need to feel it for healing or anything else, that's probably one of the best things we can learn. Hey, Anthony.
Hello. Blimey,
What's
took me
up,
ages to get
Australian
in here.
hippie?
Blimey, Teddy.
If you put your phone sideways, then you'll see full screen.
Yeah, it's all right like that. Am I up the right way for you?
No, you're looking up right. So how do you feel? Did you say your ears have gotten bigger?
Yeah, look. My hair's grown 4
Ah.
inches last night.
Wow.
I feel a bit like JC. I bless you all.
Thank you.
Oh, I've got the PA set up and everything.
Can you actually hear me? Because the guitar is just going to go through the mic. So I don't know.
We could hear you. We could hear you. It's nice. You have a beautiful voice.
What I thought I might sing first up is Let It Be, because I haven't sung it. I sang it at Mum's memorial, and I haven't been able to sing it since, but I'm going to sing it today. You want to do it now?
Can't be authentic without being vulnerable.
Here's an original. Sunset
Vulnerability is about being able to sit down with somebody, share your heart, which sometimes means you're sharing your love, and sometimes it means you're sharing your disappointment. Sometimes
OT, are you playing something in the background?
Toward the person that you're with, and
there you go. Who wants to play first? We're getting
Yeah,
we're gonna play that.
Is that all right?
It's an A minor.
And C.
Goes to C. Sunsets
Let it be
fade.
in C.
Stars so bright. The ocean still. Whispering tide.
Find myself in times of trouble.
Time moves so. Oh, he's singing too. Okay, I'm gonna stop.
Speaking words of wisdom.
Okay.
Let it be. In my hour of darkness, she is standing right in front of me, speaking words of
Words of wisdom.
Let it be. Let it be.
Let it be. Oh,
Let it be. Whisper words of wisdom. Let it be. Broken-hearted people living in the world agree there won't be an answer. Let it be. Though the may be parted, there is still a chance that they will see. There won't be an answer. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. There won't be an answer.
Let it
let it
be. Let it be.
When the night is cloudy, there is still a light that shines on me.
until tomorrow.
Let
Let it be.
Wake up to the sound of music. Mother Mary comes to
Hey,
me.
Anthony.
Oh, hi.
What's really sticky?
Put your phone sideways and we'll keep your screen.
Let it
No, you're looking up right.
Breaking words of wisdom. Let it be. Woohoo!
Does it sound
Let
all
it
right
be.
to you guys?
Let it
Sound
be.
all right?
Yeah.
Sounded
And now I'm going to
awesome.
do Imagine. Is that all right?
So that was a song called "The Letter B," which can be found on Sesame Street, episode 25. Letter B, letter C, letter D, letter E.
Letter G. G-H-I-J-K-L. I-J-K-L. Hang on.
So I
Can't do
wrecked
the
the
alphabet. I had a couple of Billies. I've had a couple of Billies.
I wrecked the beginning because I was doing my own thing. I wasn't even thinking about you.
This is Imagine in C.
Welcome, Michael. How are you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. I'm just joining in on the collective energy, seeing what's going on, you know.
So just to let y'all know that every single one of you have been on the Missing Link Live.
Awesome. Very proudly so. I love what's going on.
No hell below us.
He's already playing guitars.
Love us only a firmament.
Good song choices.
Imagine all the
That's really loud.
Paul, that's really loud. So it drowns out everything else. If any way you can turn down that a little bit.
You tell me if it goes down.
Yeah.
That's good?
Yeah, that's better.
or die for. Religion too.
This was like tuning into a David Blaine episode that turned into like a Carol Burnett variety show. that's headed towards a Lawrence Welk special, while me and Jesse got to get a luau ready for the Hawaiians that we're going to have to greet in the new world that sounds an awful lot like that word you don't want to say ever, Jesse. Oh, hey,
No,
Paul.
we're only in heaven.
We're both wearing matching mushroom shirts.
Do you like the
But
mushrooms?
mine's like
The mushrooms? Oh, yeah. Does that shirt glow in the dark?
I don't know. The first time putting it on.
Turn the lights out. Like, put it in the microwave for about 22 seconds.
I think it's more black light
Turn the lights
than
out.
glow in the dark.
And look, everything's energy. That's got to be a glow in the dark shirt. 100%. It's
Glow in
like
the dark Jesse.
Yeah, it's a shame about the piano. Like, they can't use it together. It doesn't work.
Yeah, it cuts each other in and out a little bit. But after this one, we should get you to play a song so you can get in your song as well.
Paul, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. Let's get the love show on the road, man. Like, I'm here to elevate the collective consciousness, you know?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's good.
Like, that's what I do. Like, I'm love on two legs, like it or not, right? So
Like it or not.
you know, let's get the
Love
vibe tribe all
leg.
tightened up. Let's talk about authenticity, the highest vibration, authenticity. It's
Yeah.
truth. Without
Yep.
truth, there is no communication. Without truth,
Mhm.
there's no love. Without love, there's no light. You know? And without love, there's
Yep.
nothing. Like, nothing matters without love. There is no matter unless it's vibrated into existence by love that says, let there be light. Boom. It
And it's
puts
all
you into
mind
the
over matter.
perfect
If you don't
vibration.
mind, it doesn't matter.
Pardon?
It's all mind over matter. If you don't mind,
Well,
it doesn't
yeah.
matter.
Yeah. Even though I was goofing around with you in the comments, I was outside taking a whiz, waiting to get my mic unmuted as usual. But anyway, thanks for having me on here too, Paul. Like, you know, like you're throwing the dice by having OT come on, because ever
Yep.
since I'm in diapers, all I care about is the truth. I just never knew until like 6 years ago that it's love. Like, that's what we're looking for. You know,
Jesse,
love.
when are you bringing back the High Vibe Love Tribe? I need my my daily exercise.
Yeah, we haven't done that in a little while.
Were you
It's
saying
Yeah,
something,
man.
Michael?
Yeah, there's so much power when Jesse does the High Vibe Love Tribe, and everyone just dances and puts on music, and we
Anthony.
just all collectively, you know, use that intention to move and feel it and connect. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's
That
fun. I
mic is
love when you
breaking
join
up
us.
on my end. Can anyone else can anyone
No,
hear
I hear
clearly?
you. Yep.
No, we heard you loud and clear.
I
though,
could hear you clearly talking while he was trying to sing. All right, I'll
We're
do
talking
one.
about
It's
love.
rough to bring so many people online at one time.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna let Paul do one, Anthony.
You know I love you.
Beatles. I could tell he
We
likes
can
Beatles.
always.
Well, this is
Anthony,
original, so it's
we can always mute him for a minute too, because I don't think he can hear us. Oh my gosh, your kitty looks just like my kitty.
all right. Let's see if I can.
Should I stand up so you don't see the top
There
of
we
my
go.
head and then
All
start
right.
petting them like I'm the bad guy in a James Bond movie? Yes,
Yeah,
give
I
the kitty
want my
home.
kitty.
All right. We won't tell him he's muted. All right. Just for the this one's called. I can't remember what it's called now. Here we go. Sunsets fade, stars so bright. the ocean still, whispering tides. Time moves slowly, a breeze through my hair. The moon so clear and bright. It's called Peace. Peace invade our hearts. Peace, a brand new start. Peace of mind, so content. Peace in life with no end. Peace in life with no end. Let's do our part to save our land. Just look what they've done to our fellow man. Let's show our children we did what we could, securing their future as we know we should. Peace invade our hearts. Peace, a brand new start. Peace of mind, so content. Peace in life with no end. Peace in life with no end. Peace in life with no end.
That last part was
Nice.
That's cool.
Awesome.
that was
Peace.
awesome.
Thank you. Make sure
I
everyone.
think you might have to unmute. There you go.
Yep.
Hey, Anthony.
Yeah.
I wrote
We
this
can
in
hear.
1984 about my bass player's sister that I played in the band with, and it never went anywhere. Here you go. It's called Fairy Tale Romance, which is
Hi,
you
guys.
and Jesse. Hey.
Barrett, what's up, brother?
Fairy Tale
Happy
Romance.
everyone.
Happy Equinox. It's good to see you, brother. Wow, all of you beautiful souls here with us right now. I love this.
This is an amazing group of people to have to talk about this like transition. I'd love to hear from all of you like what this transition is for you.
So let me get close to you.
Transition into love.
Yes,
Well,
love.
So currently we've gone from the age of believing into the age of knowing. And now is the time of knowing the true self, not belief in anything, but actually knowing who you are, what's going on. I think that that's a really important, impactful time for everybody to actually know instead of just believe.
Hard to hear with that guitar music, Jesse.
I can hear pretty okay.
Yeah.
But I can't hear, like,
This is the music part.
because of the background noise, I can't hear very well what Jesse's saying. You said it's the transition between knowing as opposed to believing.
Correct.
Yeah, that's. I want to hear about that, right?
Paul, if you want, you could just turn Anthony down just a little bit so that we can hear our voices, like on his mic setting.
Yeah, you can go into settings.
Yeah,
I didn't know I
down
could
a
do
bit.
that.
It'll be nice in the background. But what Jesse's
Oh,
saying is more important than being serenaded.
Yeah, you click
Yeah,
off automatic. You click off automatic, and then you can slide the bar up and down.
Oh, wow. I never knew that.
There you go.
Don't tell him we did that. Shh.
Well, we can still hear him. No, we can still
Yeah.
hear him. It's great. Like, it's nice
much
background
better.
noise, but now it doesn't drown out any of us talking.
Yeah, much better.
Hey, Barrett, with all the things you study, like the numerology and all of that, like what does this time mean to you, this 21st today? Like, have you researched anything?
It's a countdown. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah,
blast off. Right?
Yeah.
I think
they're gonna blast
numerology is
off.
everywhere because it has to be. Because
Okay, let him answer.
because numbers come from words, like from letters, the correspondence. So they're the same, but they're in a different mode, like in a different modality, a different expression, right?
Yeah.
The more words you have, the more you can render reality as it is, right? And reality is matter, and the things that matter in the reality of matter. Like when Jesse was undergoing his operation there, like even in unconsciousness, he's going to detect Angeline by sound, by word first, from a distance, before he feels it, right? So now I want to know, like, about the knowing and believing, right? Like, because, faith, believing, knowing, these are all slight variations that are different. Like, they're huge, right? So that's why I was interested in you describing the knowing aspect of knowing anything, really, right?
And Barrett, you were going to answer?
Yeah, it's a beautiful coming of age and connection to all that is, and it's just this oneness that we're all coming into alignment. It's a feeling of.
Is that what happens to you,
being
Paul?
fully
Like all of a
alive.
sudden you just blank out?
I like that, connecting to what is, because we've gone so far from connecting to what is. It's ridiculous. We're so lost, and for us to get back on track with nature and source and our higher selves, like, is gonna be huge.
The illusion of separation.
Jesse, you remember when I told you that story about when I was 16? But that song I sang called Peace, I wrote when I was 16.
Oh, wonderful.
Peace.
How cool is that? It's pretty profound, the words for a 16-year-old. But it's still one of my go-tos for sure.
I've got a
for
song
originals.
I wrote when I was 15, 1978. Hang on, it's somewhere.
I missed. Okay, I better.
He said he has a song.
Yeah.
He says he's got a song that he's good.
I'm having a hard time hearing anyone because it just.
I brought him up. Oh, you have a few. Yeah. Well, I'm really happy that you're in 432. I think that's amazing. And you're in Australia.
You wrote that when you were 15, Anthony?
No, I wrote that song I sang when I was 16.
Anthony said he wrote a song when he was 15 too, and
It's
I
called
think he's
Cocaine.
showing it to us.
No, that's not it.
No?
That's not it.
Okay,
No, that's what's his face?
Jimi Hendrix.
Bread, the guy from Bread.
I can't hear him now at all for some reason.
Oh my God, why can't I think of his name? He did.
I want to be.
Would you know
where I want to be?
Eric Clapton.
If I saw you in heaven, would it be the same? If I saw you in heaven,
Yeah, Eric Clapton.
Yeah, I like that song.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, I love that song.
Not a lot of people knew that I played guitar because it's always a piano that you hear. But yeah, I love the guitar and the piano. I think I started really on guitar, getting serious. Yeah, Eric Clapton was Cocaine. Yeah, these are your originals. But I think one of our people here that are really ready for the transformation is OT, which is short for Otto.
I think maybe if you could adjust Anthony's mic back now that he's not
Yeah,
playing.
he is back. He
We
is
can't
back.
hear you for some reason, but Anthony, we're not sure why, but I can't hear you.
You'll hear him now. Watch. Say something in Australian.
No, we can't hear you,
I
Anthony.
don't.
The
Yeah,
mic
I
is
don't hear
disconnected.
him at all.
Turn the
Yeah, you're
lights out. I
muted.
want to see if the mushrooms glow in the dark.
Yeah, you're
Lights
not
out.
muted here.
Am I muted?
Nobody's
No,
muted here.
we're talking about
Yeah,
Anthony.
the sound
Anthony's
is bad. I only pick up every other word
He
from
may
any
have
of you,
to.
right?
Anthony,
Jesse,
maybe
turn the
if
lights
you
out.
leave
I
and
want
then
to see
come
if you're
back, it might
Yeah.
work.
Yeah, try
Yeah.
that'll
Okay.
usually fix it.
So back to the ages. So we're coming out of the age of Pisces. Pisces is, they got the Pope has got the fish hat. The hat on the fish is the age of Pisces. So it says here a period characterized by faith, compassion, and intuition with a potential for both positive and negative expressions of these traits. So that was the last since 1 AD. It says to 2150 now AD. So still for another 100 years is the age of Pisces. But some people believe that, or some people know that we're going into the age of Aquarius now, which is the age of knowing, opposed to, believing. It's actually kind of knowing, and that intuition where it was intuitively telling you, you're actually knowing it opposed to just maybe believing it. And I think that's where the big difference is between the two.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Hey Barrett, I'm sending your wife so much love. I'm sending her a big hug.
Thank you so much. She's
So-
actually snoozing away in the other room. I've stayed up a couple of hours. So blessed to be here because I was aware of the equinox, but to have this additional treat to be here amongst beautiful soul brothers and sisters.
Thank you.
Yeah, what a wonderful blessing, and to see, it's really great. And
We love having you here too. Couldn't be more perfect people to have here right now.
And are
Yeah.
you in Austria or are you in Bulgaria? And what time is it where you're at?
It's coming. Well, it's 5:30 in the morning here.
Wow.
5:30 a.m. And you're
I-
where?
Yeah, in Austria. In Austria.
Austria. Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, it was. I don't believe in accidents, so I suddenly connected to, it's just like it was
Love
such a
that.
wonderful treat, beautiful treat to be here.
Good way for you to start your day and good way for us to end ours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's fabulous. And we're so blessed here as well in Austria. And one of the reasons why I came is because Katrina's mum wasn't well, and she just recently transitioned.
Okay.
And bless her soul. And so we're left with this beautiful home here. And one of the amazing aspects about being here is the water. The water here is so healing. And the water is coming out of a well, and with natural pressure. I wasn't aware of this. So we're not actually using a pump to extract the water. It's actually coming out with natural water.
Wow.
Almost
sorry,
like a
with
spring
pressure.
then. Like an underground spring. That's
yeah.
amazing. Yeah, that'd be great water.
It is, and then of course the air quality and being next to a beautiful forest here. So,
Oh,
but I
that's so
do plan to
awesome.
go back to Bulgaria, sort of first week of next month, to see how our beautiful son is doing with our beautiful doggies and cat and everything else. Yeah, but
Awesome.
it's and Paul, can I just say thank you as well, my lovely brother? It's the first time I'm engaging with your phenomenal, beautiful energy, and it's an honor as
Oh,
well.
Thank
And of course, Michael and
Isn't
OT
it
and
beautiful, Paul? You
Anthony.
have such a beautiful
Back
energy,
again.
and your music is so beautiful.
Thank you. I don't. No one's ever said that to me before.
And
Wow.
you
I'm
have a
surprised to hear
beautiful
that.
True.
voice as well.
Yes.
You have a beautiful
Yeah.
voice.
Yeah.
Nice.
You're very kind. Thank you. And it's a pleasure. We're now friends on Facebook. Barrett.
Just thank you, brother Paul. Sent you a friend request earlier.
Dark on my
with
screen.
really spontaneous, and a lot of people I connect with. Jesse, I mean Jesse's bring and so many amazing people through his show as well. It's a
God,
massive
Bulgaria?
revelation.
You're in
Yeah,
Bulgaria?
no, I'm in Austria, Austria at the moment. Yeah, but we created this wonderful space in Bulgaria. A project we started 10 years ago, and now this year is going to be a massive launch, inviting people to come and engage with us on the land, and yeah, just to share space.
It's got to get in
And
contact with Troy.
That's great.
Okay. Connections.
You
Yeah,
have
I'd
to
love
get
to
in
know more.
contact with Troy Enschelberger.
Yeah, it
He
didn't work well
has
for
written a
me.
book
Like if I
about
can't hear you guys
sustainability.
very well at all, so I might have to say
OT,
goodnight and try and watch it. So
OT, can you check your volume on your device? Is it?
Yeah, we hear
How
you
is
turn
fine.
it up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
turn up your volume because we can hear you just fine. So we could hear you just like everybody else, but somehow you're not hearing things. So it's on your end. Your volume must be down for some reason on your end.
No, I have it full, but you know, I've been having trouble extra more
You're
than
also having
normal.
connection issues.
Yeah, I'll say goodnight. So
Also, there's
don't
some
interrupt.
connection
I'll
issues.
try and
There's
watch you guys.
there's
Yeah,
some
yeah.
connection issues. You keep bouncing.
Yeah, yeah. If you watch it, you'll be able to hear
But turn
everybody.
off the lights, Jesse. I want to see if those mushrooms glow in the dark.
Well, we love you, OT, and hope you have a really nice
I love
good
you
night.
guys too, more than you know. Everybody do something that
We
you
love you,
love
brother.
tonight. Every day, but
Yes.
tonight. All the
Yeah.
people that tune in to watch.
It started now. Yeah, it
Thanks.
started. Today's the day.
See you guys.
Yeah.
All right, OT.
No, I mean, it was fun. I wish I could hear some of the tunes, right? I would catch in. Well,
Yep.
what's that guy's name that sang the song about his son dying?
Yeah, Eric Clapton.
Right? Like, yeah,
Eric
it was
Clapton.
good. It's just too bad my sound and mic is screwed up. So
Could you actually hear the guitar? Because I have no
I'm
idea.
gonna try and find you on another phone, like to watch from there. So
I do have to release that song. I don't know why I haven't done it yet.
yeah.
Good night, guys. Good night.
I'm
I have
glad
songs.
you're still here. I mean, it would have been good if you're in a better place, but you know,
I'm glad
you're still here.
I
We
can
can
see.
make
I
this
can
place
see him.
better.
I can
while
see
we're
OT
here.
when he was young. I can see him when he's young. No, you hang up first. No, you hang up first.
Yeah, I'm jumping. See you guys.
I can see it. I can see it.
I'd love to share. Can I share something?
Yeah.
Sure, absolutely.
Of course, but I just wanted to say one thing before
Sure.
you do. The fact that, you know, we're all here, that doesn't mean darkness hasn't left and dissipated, right? So it could be the exact opposite of what people were thinking, that, you know, this rapture was supposed to be good people leave while, you know, everybody else has to deal with the 7 years of tribulations. But maybe this rapture was all the negative entities, these dark, you know, parasitic forces maybe have all left today, and now it's just a matter of picking up the pieces, healing, and coming back together once again.
And we might
It's just
be
about
separate.
live in the moment. That's it. nothing else, nothing past, nothing future, now, right now. And if we live in the now all the time, everything else is bullshit.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's my take.
I'm not worried about having a bull chase me because I've got the bull whisperer here.
Michael, you wanted to share?
Yeah, so I have this new bowl that I got here.
We can do dueling bowls.
Yeah, and
Whoa.
I got it because it really spoke to me in the store. And right now, I don't know if you could hear it, but
No,
it responds to my voice. Like I just speak, and I can hear it ringing. And the reason that I love it so much is because I struck it in the store, and then I started to vibrate it.
Oh, it's nice. It's a nice low one.
And it got so loud and shook so violently, I could feel it. It was amazing.
So your mic is set up so that it cuts it out, but we can
Oh,
hear
it's
it
cutting
a
it
bit.
out.
When you're
Gotcha.
speaking, we can hear it a little bit in the background, but
I'm
maybe you
gonna-
need to change your settings so it.
Okay, let me.
There, I'll try to fix it here myself.
Okay.
It might be on his mic settings, on what his mic allows in, because if it's cutting out background noise, it might not allow it, or if it's not.
Is
in
it still
stereo.
cutting out now?
Well, hang
No,
on, you gotta get it going. Let's.
Yeah, I clicked off reduce background noise, so we should be able to hear.
I don't know if I'm hearing him or
Yeah,
Anthony.
I can hear it.
Getting pretty
Yeah,
loud.
sounds good.
It's like vibrating so violently in my hand. It's amazing. I've been really fascinated with sound and how sound affects matter, with cymatics and all of that stuff. So
Yes.
it's been amazing to play with this bowl. But the cool thing is, even when it's just sitting on the side and I'm talking, I could hear it ringing, like echoing my voice. It's just so amazing. I feel connected to it.
Yeah, so you found one that resonates with you. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And
So
part
I
of
just
the
wanted to share that.
Oh, that's amazing. And part of what happens with the bowl is when you feel it ringing violently, like you say, it's creating this frequency and this vibration in your hand. So it's actually healing, through that vibration as it's ringing out the sound, but the bowl is actually vibrating in your hand and you're feeling that come into the body. So it's a healing vibration, not only with sound, but actually that frequency comes right into your body through that hand.
Yeah, it's amazing. I love it.
Going right into me head.
Joe Cool, what's up, brother?
Vibrations happening right
Hi,
now.
G'day,
Joe.
bro. G'day, Angeline. Gentlemen.
Today,
What's up, Joe?
What's
we
going
don't
on,
get to
guys?
see your wonderful face.
It's pitch black. Hold on, wait. It's pitch black in this motherfucker, and I ain't got no clothes on anyway.
Oh,
might
well,
be-
if you can't see, if you can't see his face, you can always see the light of his joint.
Right.
If one of us disappears, we know it started.
So, Anthony,
Was only half.
you're gonna get booted, mister.
I've got a photo on a bus trip when I went to the Ayers Rock, and we went from Alice Springs to Darwin on the bus. And I was the oldest person on the bus. I was 30. They were all young, 18, 20, whatever. And we're on the top of Ayers Rock, and we put all our cameras so the bus driver could take the photo of the group of us on the top of the rock. Well, everybody's got a photo of me doing a brown eye. I was the only one. They were all waving to the camera, and I was flashing a brown eye. So everyone on that trip's got a photo of everyone on the rock with me flashing a brown eye.
What's a brown eye?
Living in the moment.
Oh,
We don't need to see it again. We
when
don't
you-
need to see it
Oh,
again.
okay.
maybe you call it a moonie.
All right.
Yeah, we call it a moon here.
Yeah. Brown eyes kind of cool too.
Anyway, that was a good trip.
That's cool.
Did you want to
maybe
hear?
about
Do you want
six,
another song?
No.
no, maybe about
Okay,
6
maybe
or
y'all do. I've been waiting for the
we,
music to end us for the conversation, man. If you niggas
we
y'all want to start music, I'll come back.
Sure.
so we've about 6 or 7 years ago, because I stopped drinking alcohol maybe 11 years ago, and it's about 6 or 7 years ago. My friends were in, having a stag party, and they asked if I could drive because I stopped drinking alcohol. They're all drinking. So these are a bunch of friends that I've known for, 20 plus years
Yeah.
in their 40s. And I'm the driver. They rented this nice, kind of this van or whatever. There's about, 10 or 12 of them. And the doors opened on the sides of this thing. Well, these guys were drinking and everybody's getting all hammered. And next thing you know, we're driving downtown and it's still kind of the middle of the day, and they're all got like their asses hanging out,
The
mooning people
doors.
down on so I'm like, what are you guys doing? You
Yeah,
guys are
they
in
was
your
feeling
40s.
good.
This
Yeah.
You guys are in your 40s. This isn't like, in your 20s when you're doing stupid shit. These are grown man adults still acting like they were in their 20s. So I thought
That's
that was
beautiful though, right? That's beautiful, right?
it was quite a fascinating journey,
Nothing
especially when
like
you're the sober
retaining,
one.
and like retaining your childhood, right? That's
Yeah.
you got to admire that, man. When people get older and still able to
Gotta be
retain that.
playful.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
One thing we can't do is let go of that child inside of us. That's the most
Yes.
valuable part, is the divine part of us, the childlike. And it doesn't mean immature, but it definitely, like humor, is
I like it.
making someone laugh is a way to medicate them, to heal them. Just like the bells, like his bowl. They got rid of so many bells because they were aligning people's chakras. I mean, they had to weaken us, you know, but all these things are coming back and we're realizing
And
you
that
can
was
bury
logical, Paul,
but
that they would weaken us before the attack. That's logical. I like that.
yeah, it was one way, changing the music to 440,
Yeah, I
from
heard. Yeah.
432. That was another thing, getting rid of the bells. See, they had that knowledge long ago about bells and what the benefits were. So these things had to be removed. All these things are coming back to us, and that's the beautiful thing about the golden age, is the lifting of the veil. The secrets are coming, and Trump is helping with that as well. He's revealing a lot, and the
Don't
more the
get
better.
me started.
Did you know that
What's
the
Trump
CIA,
revealing?
the one thing that CIA didn't redact
Yeah.
on the JFK files, the only thing they redacted is anything to do with Israel, because
Check that
Israel is
out.
part of it and is still part of this. Has always
I
been
just
part. The
I just
Rothschilds
watched.
are the ones that have been running the show since the beginning, taking out the bells, changing the standard tuning of music, everything they can get their hands of, putting additives in food that don't belong there. All of these things, all these recipes, I mean, it's all been scientifically what they're spraying in from the skies. Oh, I was supposed to stay positive. Oh, I blew it.
That's the coming
I
back to what is, right?
can I just say something? I watched this morning the current podcast from Candace Owens. It goes for about
Oh yeah.
35 minutes, and she talks about how the JFK assassination and backwards about Israel and stuff. It's very interesting.
So
Yeah,
what did
I
they
heard a
come
little
up
bit.
with?
I heard a little bit about that podcast as well, and she was actually mentioning that there is still stuff about Israel in there. Maybe they've redacted some things, but they didn't redact everything about Israel, which was refreshing. That they're not just blocking one group because of whatever reason.
Yeah.
What was found in there? I heard a few things, but it's 80,000 pages. I'm expecting a bunch of revelations. What revelations do you guys know of?
So part of it was okay. So
It's
they
too
were
much to
hiding
go
the fact.
into, man. Candace Owens. Watch
Let
Candace
Jesse go.
Owens
He's
get it
been
all.
into this stuff for a while.
So some of it was because at the time JFK, he wanted to list APAC as a foreign entity because it comes from foreign money and foreign power. So that was one of the things that was going on, but also their nukes. So they were creating their nuclear arsenal when they weren't, actually admitting about the same thing with the nukes.
And
And so
JFK wanted to stop it.
he wanted to stop their nuclear
Yeah.
program, and he also wanted to, list APAC as a foreign entity. So some people feel that they were behind the string pulling on why Lyndon Johnson and other people were actually involved. It was the CIA. We've had Judith Very Baker on our show, which was Lee Harvey Oswald's girlfriend at the time. They were both married, but Lee Harvey Oswald worked for the CIA, and he was put on her because she was a youth scientist that accelerated cancer in mice. And so he was assigned to her just to kind of watch her and things, what was going on. And they ended up falling in love. And she was saying that, and she wrote a book, Me and Lee, where she was saying that Lee actually loved JFK and he would have given his life to protect him, but they used him to be the fall guy for this whole thing, where it all came out. So whether some of that stuff is going to come out, I haven't heard that yet.
I
But
heard
from
that
what our-
bullet
What?
theory was wrecked in what came out. That the reports and the files that released said that magical one bullet theory was bullshit. That's supposed to be totally destroyed in what was
No.
released.
Jesse, what they talked about this morning, which confirms what I thought I knew, Prescott Bush, who is George Bush Sr.'s father,
Yeah.
the Rockefellers were supplying Hitler with oil. And what they set up with what that AFK or whatever was you mentioned before through Israel, Prescott Bush, the grandfather, was the person that was in charge of the LLCs that were run by the Nazis. There was about a dozen companies that they used for the Rockefellers to supply Hitler the oil. And so the Bushes were involved, and that's where it all comes down to them.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, the Bushes definitely had a direct connection into, supplying, this.
You guys
Yeah.
sound good on Facebook.
Can I ask a question to the group? Something that is concerning me. Well, I can't put my finger on what's going on. As my opinion, the moon landing, NASA, it's all a hoax. Fake, fake, fake. $70 million a day NASA spend of the taxpayers' money. They've just gone and saved these astronauts, right?
Right.
When the 4 astronauts arrived the other day, they took a photo of the 6 of them in the capsule waving. She had grey hair. When she came out of the capsule 17 hours later, she's got no grey hair.
Yeah,
I
we
wonder
can
if they've
put.
got a hairdresser up there. That's my first question. But anyway, my second question is, what is concerning me is Musk and Trump are very close at the moment. And if NASA and all this stuff that we think we've seen that's been debunked about the whole space program, and this whole thing that happened last week, bringing them back, is all a lie.
Can I get in there?
What does it mean for the Trump Musk,
That's
working
the
together?
question.
If
Let me
it's
get
all a
in
lie.
first, man, because I everything you said sounds kind of weird to me. And please forgive me. I'm a little abrasive. I hope fucking you know who I am.
That's
I
all
do
right.
not
I'll
mean
tell
to
you to
offend
fuck off as
anybody.
soon as.
No,
I'll tell you to
I don't
fuck
mean
off
to
if I
offend
feel
you,
like
but
it.
if I see something, I'm gonna call it out. I'd rather call something out than trying
Yeah,
to get
go
along
call
with
it
a
out,
person.
mate.
All
Tell
right.
me what you
The
reckon.
first part about her having great hair, yeah, we've seen her for a while. I do believe she has great hair, and if she hopped
Not
off,
now. Well, not now when she
and
come
when
home.
she,
The pictures,
yes,
they're brown.
yes, and then when she hopped off, I'm assuming you saw the same shitty camera I did that was on the landing strip, and that's the camera that you're talking about as far as the first part of the question.
I've seen
Uh,
several photos of her.
okay, well, I'd be interested. I think she had gray hair before she left. If it turned brown, I'd be interested in seeing it before and afters, and
Look up my
all the part
Facebook
about
page.
the NASA and the fake moon landing and all of that stuff. It's 2025. Many countries have been there, and there are many probes and satellites, and you actually have footage of the shit that was left on there now. Other countries can take pictures of the moon and see our fucking spaceship that leftover debris up there. So that part is hard to swallow, hard to
Fucking
catch.
hard to
But
swallow. Fuck
the
me
last
dead.
part about Elon and Trump, you're absolutely onto something. I don't buy any of the first stuff in the beginning, but absolutely Elon and Trump is up to something together.
Well, if all that shit at the beginning doesn't mean anything, I haven't got a problem with Trump and Elon.
Well, the other anomaly that people were talking about is that she came back more tanned than when she was, and like how get it, how did she get more tanned while she was up there? But that to me is, not as concerning as, they didn't know that they were going to get stuck up there before Christmas, and
Somebody's got some bad
how did they
sound or
have
something.
how did they have a Christmas hat? How did
Yeah,
they
they
have
have Christmas
Christmas
hats and
gear
everything.
up in space when they weren't stuck at that time, and all of a sudden they've got Christmas gear up in space? That to me was, what is the most puzzling of the whole
They
situation.
put it. They knew
Space
they was
can't
up there. They put
exist,
it in
Jesse.
the. They have things delivered up there automatically, and they put the Christmas stuff in there. They
If they've
get
got things delivered
they
up there,
they
how the
get
hell couldn't they bring
UPS.
them home?
It
He's
must have
no
been
no
missing
no.
UPS.
It's
the
automatic. It's automated. It goes. I think
Oh, for
once a
fuck's
month
sake.
they have an automated delivery. No humans are involved, and they can just
Automated
send the shit
delivery.
in there.
Look, it's fucking
Yeah.
Uber Eats. They've
But
got Uber
just
Eats in
because you
NASA.
say something sounds
Uber,
fascinating,
ring an Uber.
it's not a good
Oh, it's got to go to
argument.
the space station.
All right.
Give me a
That's the
break.
flat earth. Listen, that is not an argument, guy. Let me see your name again. Anthony,
Anthony.
it is no argument, all that pretending to be incredulous and oh, I'm supposed to believe. That is not an argument, man. Okay? Stick to an argument, man. You look crazy when you do that shit. Kids do that. Oh, we're just supposed to believe. It's kind of like fantastical moving through the space at this speed. State your argument.
The natural
Well,
laws of physics themselves indicate that space can't exist the way that they tell us.
Which one? Which law?
Correct.
Which
The
law?
second law of thermodynamics, the law of
E equals
Entropy?
MC squared.
Yeah.
Entropy says space can't exist.
Well,
one
think
thing,
about it. Think
one
about it.
thing is for
Outer
sure.
space has to be closed in order for entropy to take place. If you're going to call out people on truth, start there.
The beautiful thing, the beautiful thing about the golden age is all these questions are going to be finally answered with
We can
certainty.
answer them if we
Golden
listen to
age,
what we say and what the words mean.
yeah, yep.
Right?
But you have to understand, we're also talking to people who have been brainwashed all their lives.
All of us.
Well, yeah. The God of this world blindeth the minds of men.
Yes.
How does he do it?
Yep.
Right?
All the
We
technologies.
can't believe our eyes. How many times have our eyes deceived us? You can't
Removing
trust
the
your eyes.
bells, changing the frequency of music.
Oh, yeah,
control
all of it.
frequencies,
All of it.
smart meters, Wi-Fi, all controlling frequencies. They're all
Yeah.
a weapon.
They were creating a natural, like amplified ion field. Like I did a live the other day walking around in the creek barefoot with the dog, and
I want to thank you.
Natural sources generate this ether energy, this ion energy, and that's why it's good to get grounded in Mother Nature.
Do I have to
barefoot,
separate you
hugging
two?
trees, looking
Yeah.
at the sun as it rises. Sorry. Sorry.
I can't
but
do
the
it. I
Here
don't
you
put
go.
heart
thing is big.
right beside him again.
I'll take you out into my backyard. Well, I won't take you out, but I'll turn you around.
And welcome, Ragamuffin. Christopher, how are you doing today,
What
brother?
up? Hey,
Where
you
did
know,
Joe go? Joe Cool. Like, let him answer
so,
because this is important. All
Hang on,
liquids and
OT.
gases.
Hang on, OT. Hang on, OT. Hang on, OT.
Okay,
I just
Hey.
said hi to Ragamuffin
Yo.
here, and he was just about to respond, and you cut right in as he was just about to respond.
Yeah.
Hey, I gotta make some sound effects. You know, beep beep, boop boop, and what up, everybody? Much
What?
love.
I feel like the teacher. You don't have to mute.
Oh, it's all
Use the
good.
bad voice. Okay, you sit in the corner for 5 minutes.
Time
all
out.
right.
Joe Cool, you getting them parsecs up? Get them parsecs up. Tell them about that story, Joe. Tell them that tale about how that gentleman came in that one day and was talking about being light years from where we are. Like, I'm from a very distant planet. And Joe started asking him all these questions like, well, like, how many parsecs did it take? And like, he didn't know what to say.
The guy that came on our show?
No, it wasn't on here. I forget where it was at, but it was so good.
I forgot about that.
Do you remember that one guy, Joe Cool, that, he was talking that beep, beep, boop, and whatever you were mentioning him about, and he started to go off, and he started to, like, freak out because he sees and connects with aliens and spaceships, and you were trying to ask him questions about it.
Vaguely.
He got so offended, and he was so angry, and he ended up like he's not even really my friend anymore. Doesn't really talk to me anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry if I did that.
No, that's okay.
I'd
You were
ask him a trick question because parsec is a distance, and I referred to it as if it was a speed, and he went along with it like it was a measurement
But
of
it's
speed.
from Star Trek.
Star Wars. Star Wars. That's what I got it from. Star
Trek.
Wars.
It's from
No,
Trek.
it's Star Wars.
Okay.
We did the so and so
Kessel
kettle
Run.
run and so and so parsec. Star Wars.
I've got the
that's why I
answer
thought
here.
it might have been
Star Wars,
him.
or was Star Wars before Star Trek?
Star Wars was 70.
Star Trek came first. Star Trek technically came
77.
first, yeah.
Star Trek would have been
77.
first, yeah.
So
Star
how
Trek.
can Star Wars have parsecs?
Parsecs is
Star
a real
Trek
thing.
was in the 60s.
Star Wars misused it.
Parsecs is the 60s. It's from television.
Parsec is a real thing. Star Wars made it famous because they misused it in a line in the movie.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But everything they're misusing about outer space and what they're telling us about Earth is they're misusing. Because all liquids and gases need a container.
That's nonsense. Well, that's
Okay, if
crazy
it's
talk.
nonsense, I'm going to have a birthday party today to celebrate the new golden age. I want you to bring me some helium so I can inflate my balloons. And I want you to bring me some water because I'm thirsty. How are you going to bring it here now, Joel? How are you going to bring it here?
I probably wouldn't be bringing either one.
Why didn't you think about what you were saying before you spoke? Because to immediately just hold on, you just chirped someone for being juvenile, right?
Yes.
And now you just did the same thing.
Okay,
in your
it's supposed to be positive show.
But let me. That's one thing about Mike. But let me just say one thing. Let me say one thing.
Sure.
So with what Joe is saying is parsec is a unit of length used to measure the large distance of astronomical objects outside of the solar system, approximately equal. It says, I think in 1913 is when they actually came. They used this parsec. So having it into Star Trek or Star Wars, which was first, is a argument that's irrelevant because it doesn't matter which one.
No, it's logical. It's directly relevant. My intuition, which is based on logic and analytics, told me that that's all bullshit. You need to know what you're talking about in order to explain it.
But it didn't come from Star Wars or Star Trek. It was a unit of measurement used in science.
It doesn't matter. He was punking the guy that was from another dimension. If the word said, like, everything is made by the world. But for we know that the worlds, plural, are made by the word. And we know that there are unseen principalities in high places and
I would
other
agree with all
authorities.
of that. Yeah.
If
Well,
this guy's
what
in
if all
another
that's
world,
bullshit?
he's in a different dimension. He's talking to these people. He's there. He's experiencing it. Even if it's a hallucination, it's still reality and true to him. We're hallucinating reality now. We come into a vibe tribe when we hallucinate the same words and the same experiences. We match the external to the internal. Then you can take another person pawn as yourself, transpose their feelings, their thoughts, their experiences. You can't, that's the only way you can love someone.
It's
Okay,
more like
I just have to say one thing. The show is supposed to be only positive.
Okay,
good
are
luck with
lies
that,
positive?
bro.
Are
We're getting into
misdirection and
disputes
deceit,
or
whether
flat
it's
Earth disputes.
accidentally positive?
That's not the point of the show. The point of the show we want to be positive. We don't want to fight about flat Earth or anything like that.
Wait,
We want to
who's
be
fighting?
positive.
Wait,
That's
wait.
the whole
We all
point.
believe what we believe.
The whole
That's
point
it.
of this
We believe
show,
what we
What's
believe.
negative about what
That's
I'm
it.
saying? What's
it's
negative
not that
about
it's
it?
negative. It's just the back and forth
Hey,
isn't
Paul, can I say, Paul, that
sure.
some people have an aversion to disagreement. They see bad things around the corner. We are not fighting. We are not doing anything wrong. When people have a disagreement, they talk it
Yeah.
out. They provide evidence.
It's
There
true.
is no sin and no one's being evil up there, bro. No
Uh-huh.
No,
one's
no,
being
no, I'm
negative.
not
But
saying
Right.
that.
that's not what he's saying, Joe. So part of like this day, this thing that he had is this live, is this new age into love, into
Golden
the,
age.
knowing, and he wants to keep it more on a positive, not, he wants to just keep
Right.
things a little bit more light mood. And I think that's kind of what he's saying is, he doesn't
All right,
want
as
to bring
opposed
the
to
energy.
positive.
Yeah,
And
yeah. The
so,
whole point of the
and
show, yeah, is
what's
A
his
light
name?
mood,
Michael
the
said
opposite of
earlier on, he said all this stuff feels like a distraction from love. And I
yeah.
think that's kind of, he wanted to base the show a little bit more about on a loving vibration, opposed to, butting heads and trying to
Yes.
figure stuff
Just
out.
on
Yes,
the love
yes. This isn't
subject,
the
to
show
bring
for
us
that.
back on the
We
love
can have a show
subject,
for that.
I
We
think
can.
that love is there's one more thing that we can be. We get told you got to love him, you got to love her, you got to love this, love that. There's something higher than love.
Authenticity, being
Au-
authentic is the highest
Authenticity.
authenticity.
Compassion. Because I don't agree with Joe with some of the things he said, but I have to have compassion that
Mhm.
he doesn't agree with me. That's fine, because he grew up from zero to where he is now. I grew up from zero to where I am now, and I have to have compassion that that's further than love, in my opinion.
I would agree. I think what I do is the true love. If I didn't love you, I let you say crazy stuff and look crazy.
right.
If I love you, I'll say you got some white shit on the side of your lip when
Right.
no one else
Right.
will.
But
I'll
it's
always tell
just
somebody they got something on their face.
the whole.
Right.
I don't
Person,
feel
do you know
unloved
that?
by
Right.
yeah. So
I made this show in particular to raise frequencies, so to make
Yeah.
people laugh in the
okay,
audience,
right.
not
But we
for
can make
ourselves,
people
but
laugh.
for whoever's watching.
Laughing is a micro expression of
And
love.
debating microaggressions, debating, it's not part of the show. We could do a show about flat Earth. I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with talking about it now because this show is
Right.
based on high frequency, and I want everyone who
Okay.
watches to feel uplifted and to raise them to share a beautiful story or an event that may have happened to you, or the bowls, like the bowl he showed us and demonstrated that, and playing guitar in 432. All these things are go along with the whole point of this particular episode.
I may be I'll try and grow up, but I'm not gonna
No,
bullshit you. I'm not
no.
interested in no flowery shit if it's not real and true, just to make a
Yeah.
motherfucker feel
No,
good.
no,
I'm so
no.
not interested.
I think I could
Joe,
make a
the
show for
thing you
you.
got to remember is that you're real and true to yourself.
I would
Mhm.
agree.
Nobody else is you, and I have to realize that as well in life.
Mhm.
we are all totally different, and we have different. Like you said before, I'd like to see more photos of the
That
girl
just
with the brown
makes me
hair.
love you
So,
more, man.
you know, it just means that we have to accept where everyone is in their life.
It's not just
That's it.
accepting. I
And that's
appreciate
compassion.
it. It's not just accepting. I don't tolerate the shit. I appreciate the differences, man.
I love
And
that.
I'm not trying to hurt nobody.
Yeah. But any topics that are
Appreciation.
serious, we could do a different show for that. You know what I mean? To really get into a topic or something and really study it and share, so everyone benefits from it. But this show isn't about any of that. It's just
Let's hear
about
from
anything that you know, like if you know about 432 hertz and when it was changed, and anything uplifting, really.
Well, how about Barrett? How about Barrett? Tell us a little bit about your
Because
project
Barrett
and the
been
land.
cracking up the whole
And
time. I
because
want to hear
Barrett,
what he got to say.
you're creating this land where you're inviting people in Bulgaria to create this wonderful oasis. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, brother. I mean, thank you very much. Yeah, it's an honor to describe what we created about 10 years ago. What we managed to get our hands on a piece of land which is quite it was quite desolate in so many ways, and we just got a bit creative with it. It's just like, but we worked
You
with
say
what was
was
already.
desolate. You guys built some swells or something? What'd you do?
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, with reference to Bulgaria, is I'm not Bulgarian. You know, I was drawn to go there to work with certain energies and frequencies, and since we've been there, we've brought a lot of the people in contact with the land, because a lot of them were drawn back into the cities. You
Is
know,
it
you
in
got.
the southwest of Bulgaria?
Yeah, we're quite central, lovely brother. We're not too far from Plovdiv, which is like, for me, it's like the heart of Bulgaria, which is quite ancient in so many ways. It's
You're no,
so if
it
you
cut out. You're central. You said you're more central.
yeah, central to the geography of the whole place. But I'm just saying, in not so many words, it's like a lot of people were kind of like conditioned to kind of move away from farming and agriculture and stuff like that. So they were all drawn to go more into the city life, if you will, which is getting into that what was before with the rat race mentality, which has nothing to do with the golden age, because my understanding is, if you know, it's connecting to nature, which is what our bodies are all about.
The Schumann
So
resonance.
it's correct. Beautiful, brother. Yeah. So it's that reconnection to
The
Mother
closer
Earth.
you get to the Schumann resonance of the Earth, here in the where the temporal lobe is on the side of your head, and the frontal lobe and the parietal lobe,
Yeah.
we become empathic. So the closer we get grounded to 7.83 hertz, and our brain synchronizes to 7.83 hertz, the more we'll be able to take the other person upon ourselves, and they as us, as now we start experiencing a love for which there's no words, right? And that's what everybody wants. They want that feeling of understanding where they're so appreciated. Appreciation, before I wanted to interject the importance of what Joe said, that's a precursor to love. It's a micro expression of love. It's a form of respect. Respect is what you want when you see somebody. You're inspecting them. That's more judging, but you should like measure, and then you inspect, circumspect, all of the specs, because it comes with looking.
Means
Pardon?
to look at again. Reinspect,
Yeah.
which is where respect comes from, is to look at again, because a person may have changed.
So that's hindsight. So now you have hindsight,
Yeah.
foresight, right? Forethought, and then intuition is an extension of kind of your feelings in your gut, because your gut receptors fire first, be hundreds of milliseconds before your heart receptors, and then your heart receptors fire hundreds of milliseconds before your neocortex, your brain. And it's as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. And out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. That's why it's important to have the positivity. But also, what Joe said is, no, I don't have time for this. You got to be authentic. Authentic is truth.
Let me
You
add a
can't
bit to
handle
what
the
you're
truth
saying.
when you're
Let
not
me
aligned with it,
let me
because
add a
now
bit to
you're
what you're
outside of
saying.
your. Pardon?
Let me add a bit to what you're saying. When you're in what you're talking about, your senses and those things, in my opinion, can exist outside of the material world that we know. For instance, if you're into the quantum physics and shit, all that, quantum entanglement, spooky action at a distance, the double light experiment, where when a thing is observed, it behaves differently. All of
Yeah.
these things are occurring outside of the physical shit. And I said all that to say this, that these things are not subject to time. You can sense something before it occurs because you're
Oh,
dealing outside of the realm of space, time, and matter.
is a spirit material?
Can be.
It can be. Okay, how?
Can't
Oh, it
be.
can't be. Are you
Yeah.
sure?
It has
Yes.
weight. When people die, they lose a certain amount of weight,
Right. You can
and so
see
they
the
can actually
spirit depart.
measure the weight of the
Like a,
soul.
yeah. So now,
That's because you
is
shit your
God,
pants when you die.
is pardon?
That's only
The
no. That's only if
Sorry
you're
about
full of
that.
It's okay. It's funny, Greg.
So are
Let me
you
ask you,
saying a
does your
person's soul
thoughts
is in their
do
ass?
your thoughts have weight, guys? Do your thoughts have weight?
I that's a
Do
good
your
question. I don't think
memories
so.
have weight?
I don't think so.
That's what a
Well,
Memories
spirit would
were-
they're
exist.
weighty on your mind. The
That's not what
words
I'm
I
talking
speak
about.
to
I meant
people.
physical weight.
I
It's
think it's
not
a
just
Well,
weight
fascinating
things.
yeah, it
question.
does. Neurochemically, yeah. You swell up certain areas of the brain when you're under the stress of worry.
And
Our
you think that
outside,
adds weight to them?
I don't think
yeah,
so.
yeah. It's not a lot, but it's measurable scientifically, like 100%.
Probably like in frequencies, or I don't know. It's possible. I mean, it's a great question.
It's not logical
If
though. Where does
everything
this
is
extra
energy,
weight come from? If it's in your body already and I have a thought, it's burning energy and weight that's already in my body. In order for me to
Yeah.
gain weight by having a thought, that means it's coming from an outside source.
What about carrying the weight of your world on your shoulders? And when people tend to,
yeah.
stress out about a lot of things, they create, these certain effects. It has weight upon them, right?
I would agree, but that is not in the weight. I just meant in the physical sense. I believe in what you're saying. Yes, and I'm sure that's how you. I don't know, sure, but I think that's how you get gray hair, cancer, all sorts of sicknesses is by carrying that weight around. But I was just simply talking about in the physical sense. It's not logical that a thought really exists in my brain or my love exists in my heart.
Yeah.
That's not really logical.
I would love to hear what
Um,
Angeline thinks of this.
I was just
Look at that smile.
I was thinking a little bit about the density of energy, because the more solid the object, the denser the energy. Like fats and oils and like lithium batteries are some of the most dense energy out there, and everything physical is energy. It's all vibrating and moving
Yes.
anyways. So
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
to think, to be denser energy, you have to kind of lower that energy, right? And
Yeah, slow it down. You lower the
so,
speed anyway.
yeah, if you're thinking in those terms, then I guess thoughts
if
can
God is a
be
spirit,
heavier, lighter, or more resistant to energy, or allowing more energy. So that's, I don't know.
I hear where you're going. I got some arguments in your corner, but I think someone else is trying to speak.
I don't know.
If God is a spirit, does God have thoughts?
Well, God would have a collective consciousness thought, so all thoughts would actually be part of God thoughts, because if everything is that collective consciousness and everything comes from that creator,
Then he
all the
would.
thoughts would essentially be God's thoughts.
It's
But
not a bad argument.
Are
Yeah.
they the backdrop more than the actual thoughts of God? Because we can't, unless we have our own thoughts. Thoughts can be inserted. Like we can insert thoughts with electromagnetic energy from a distance.
No, I don't.
And
I
we
don't know
can
if
sync.
God has
Pardon?
thoughts. In my opinion, I feel like it's just an energy that we insert our own thoughts into, to interpret energy. But I think that source itself just is.
Yeah.
Like I was talking to you
I
before
agree.
about different levels of energy, and we all feel it differently, and then we all interpret it differently. So we're kind of the ones who bring the physical or form to the energy, but I believe energy just is.
Okay.
Yeah, God would be experiencing itself through each and every single one of us.
Every
It's the
single one of us.
creation.
That's how he's omnipresent. Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
dope. I like
it's very complicated, but God
what's
is
he
very
going to experience? That we're all vain liars? Like, what's he going to
God is very
experience?
To some
complicated.
degree, we are all vain liars because we don't. To have the fullness of truth, would we even exist in the physical any longer?
it's
We
not
would be.
logical, right?
We
You'd be
trust our
love and
own
light
Somewhat
if you
limited,
had the
and it's not
fullness
that we're
of truth.
liars, but we're limited. What
And
we
yeah.
know and our truth is limited to what
And we
I
have
think these
faith
meat
in our
sacks
own
hold us back
understanding.
too. The
We have
meat
trust in our
sacks, the
own
material
understanding.
world, all of this shit holds us back from being our total selves.
And then you got to factor in all the people that got their head up their own ass that limit themselves,
which is very uncomfortable.
Everybody
and we
does.
do limit ourselves.
We're
So
our
the
own worst
higher,
enemies.
All the people who intentionally use programming and Madison Avenue tricks to trick us and to mislead us into not being ourselves. For instance, to teach us that money is the most important thing. Get a job, pay a bank for your house, save money so the bank can get super rich because they can loan your money out 10 times every time you put $1 in there. And then retire when you're about 70 years old and live your rest of your life. When you're 70 and can't enjoy it, people tell you that this is the way to live, and we believe it.
Something happened
currency.
to me.
Currency's energy. Everything's energy.
Something happened to me
Time
in
is money.
2008. My dad passed away, but I was a general manager. I worked overseas in New Zealand running a multi-million-dollar company in the late 90s. But in 2010, I said, stuff it. This is bullshit. And I walked in and I said, you'll have a check ready for me in 20 minutes and I'll be gone. And I left and I became a street busker in Melbourne. I lost my house. I couldn't pay it. They came and took my $100,000 Subaru car on the back of a truck. I lost everything and I came home. I looked after my mum. But you know what? It was at that time that something happened where I said, this is not life. And that's now 15 years later, and I still don't work. You know, like I've survived for 15 years. I live in my great grandmother's house.
Yeah.
You know,
I
like
hear you.
it just happens if you believe it.
Well, you lost
You
everything
really-
material. You lost everything material, and to gain yourself, to find out who you truly were, you had to let go of those material world.
I had to let
not
go
only that-
of the bullshit that was coming in from the outside telling me what's
programming.
right and what's wrong.
You were experiencing something uncomfortable, and it was like a resistant energy as you were losing everything. And then as you let go of that resistance for a better thought, you allowed what is, and you allowed something new to come to you. And now you're living in the newness. So that that contrast that you experienced caused you to choose a new vibration to flow on, a new thought, a new belief that allowed you into a new reality for yourself. And so you got to live in this new reality.
Yeah, but I think things happen for a reason as well. Because, and Jess, you know that, and Ange, you know the story, but I quit work, and at Westpac Day, the bank took my house, and I shifted home to the country to my mum. She was 84. You know what? 1 month after I got home and was living here, one night she said, I don't feel well. I think I'll go to bed. It was about 7:45 at night. I said, anyway, I took her up to the hospital, and she had a deep vein thrombosis in her thigh. If I had to put her to bed that night, she would have died. And I ended up caring for her for another 6 years. And it was the best 6 years of my life, because just the things we talked about and just being able to give back to the woman who gave me everything was such a blessing. But I had to leave the system to do it.
I'll be right back, guys.
In a way, I believe Source knows what we want, and it knows how to get us there better than we do. So even if we're in resistance to what we want, sometimes things will come to a head. They'll come crashing. All this stuff will happen, and if we just somehow just keep trusting that sources bring us to where we want, even if it's destroying a bunch of stuff that we set up falsely that's not in alignment with what we want, what we truly want. Because sometimes what we want, we're not even fully conscious of. We don't even have full clarity of. And things will be rocky when we're not actually in alignment, when we're not actually aware, and we're just going with things, but it's not leading us to our higher selves, our higher desires. Sometimes that stuff will be taken out of our lives to move us forward. And that's why it's really important to not let travesty destroy us, because there's always somewhere that we're going. Like, we have to pay attention to that, right?
Yeah. Can I read you a poem that I wrote in 2003?
Can you sing it? Would you sing it?
It's a poem. Okay. It's called Know Why You Do What You Do. The farmer, he plows and tills the soil. His plan takes shape. When the ground is ready, the seeds are planted. He looks and hopes abundance to be granted. In weeks he looks, but nothing appears. His work's in vain. He does not fear. He knows the time and love with time and love and care. A good, strong crop will grow right there. He waters and he feeds and he tends the field. Not long now he'll gather the yield. With planning and effort the seeds will shoot, but not before, unseen, they take root. A morning it dawns and sheds its light. The farmer looks out with sheer delight. A tinge of green from side to side. Cultivation of his efforts it cannot hide. It's weeks, then months, they pass with care. The farmer knows there's enough to share. Less seeds have matured than initially were sown. Maybe 1 in 10 now stands alone. He sells and he gives the fruits of his labour. Arriving at last is the time to harvest. The farmer continues to keep working his hardest. He picks and he cuts and he stores nature's goods. He thinks of the ploughing and knows why he should. He sells and he gives the fruits of his labour. He sits and now rests, accomplishments to savour. His rest time is but over, no time for refrain. There's a field out there to be ploughed again. Think now like a farmer and trust in your plan. Work hard, take care, and love your fellow man. In life, just know why you do what you do. With this and commitment, success will come to you. There you go.
Yeah, all that
I love
background
that.
noise is OT, by the way. I found it. It was OT that was making all the back. Now, could you do that again?
Yeah,
And hold up a sword. Yeah, it was OT. I can hear
That
whatever
was
he
great,
was.
it
Anthony.
reminds
Thank
me.
you.
Yeah, it wasn't you.
Lo-
Yours is
Love it,
fine.
and
Yeah,
it reminds
OT's
me
always
of
the
this
bad guy.
poem
He's always the
called
bad guy.
"What's
And he's trying to
Inside."
do the right thing. I'm just kidding.
My heart beats fast as I think about life. I think about what's in store. I think about all the good and the bad things that life has brought so far. What I came to realize is that life goes on, no matter what you say or do. So live every day to its fullest, and all your hopes and dreams will come true.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Mm.
Got so many good hearts here, so many poets.
I've been
Guys are
sitting
awesome.
on my
Oh, you're
I've been
muted,
sitting on
Jesse.
my ankles and now I can't stand up. It's so I hate it now.
Get a little bench or something.
I've written songs that I can't even record because they make me cry.
Yeah.
So like
I've
they probably
written a lot of
never get
songs.
recorded. Isn't it strange though? And I consider myself not a cry person, you know. But it's very
Crying
weird.
is good release.
Yeah.
You know,
But
oftentimes when my kids cry, I try to help them feel better. But today, one of my kids was upset, and I'm like, you know what? Like, I just held them, and I'm like, instead of saying you're going to be okay, I said, let it out. And they fully let it out, and they felt so much better after. And I'm like, I learned my whole life. I taught myself to like hold it in, to hide it in, to like not show it or whatever. Like that equaled safety was not expressing emotion. But sometimes what you really need is you need to actually let it all out so it's not eating you up
Let
inside
it out. It's
anymore.
unhealthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
unhealthy to just hold it in to lead it. You need
Yeah.
to release it because then you're free from it, opposed to holding it on and that turmoil still being on inside you. Once you release it, whatever it is your method is to release it, then you're actually free to move on instead of keeping it, spinning inside of you.
Yeah, you have
You're detoxifying your emotion. How you've been imprinted by the outside world, and if it's wrong, it hurts. We're trained to keep it inside, men especially, right? Angeline's different. It would
Yeah.
be different circumstances. Girls are allowed to be more expressive, but men aren't. Men are not allowed to be more expressive typically. I was crying when Anthony was talking about his mom and the time he spent with her, like the last 6 years of his life being the best, right? He's like, it's the simple things when we look back on our lives. Love isn't what we see on TV, or whatever. Happy is the most calm. Like it's like boom, it's the most stabilizing. That's love. That's the love your neighbor. That's the love your enemy, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the way that the world's conditioned, like all of you guys touched on it in different ways, even the same things in extra different ways. But we have the ability to change our programming with what we think, right? So it's the mindset, because our mind, we're double-minded. We change our minds quite often. We're the variable that's the least, that's the most variable. Although life is change, we notice growth when it hurts,
Yeah, and like
sometimes it hurts others, right? But Angeline said a while ago that God knows like what we need. We don't know what to pray for. Pray for is asking, talking to God. It's our spirit that groaneth with God. The inward man, the soul, you know, and Anthony went through that in 08. Like, okay, dad's dead. I don't know how your relationship was with your dad.
Mate, my
If
dad
it was
was
such,
fantastic. And, you know, one of the
yeah.
things was I came home in 2008 for 12 months. My dad had brain cancer, and I looked after mum, and I went back to work to Melbourne every day. And you know what? I come home one night and I went to the hospital, and the story goes that my dad was out on morphine, and I said to him, I rubbed his head and I said, Dad, it's time to go, mate. So I get upset. I said, Grandma and Pop are waiting for you. I promise I'll look after Mum until the day she dies. And I gave him a kiss, and they rang us an hour later that he'd passed. And if I hadn't have left the system and was free, I wouldn't have been able to look after my mum until the day she died, and I wouldn't have been able to keep my promise to my dad. But because I was able, I did. And I lost everything. I haven't seen my children for 10 years. My wife took them. And
Oh, we've gone off trail. We've gone off the rails.
But Paul,
We're now off our path. We're
let
off
me
our path.
summarize what I learned from everyone tonight, right?
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I mean, if other people want to say something, that's fine.
I think one of us is going into 5D. If everyone looks at Jesse right now, he's starting to get blurry.
Oh, maybe it's that mushroom shirt. It's that
his frequencies are raising right now. Just keep an eye on him, all right? Okay, you tell your story. Everybody keep an eye on Jesse so he doesn't disappear.
Jesse, yeah. No, but it's
hey,
like,
Jesse, take your earphones off, mate, and see if your ears have gone pointy.
He's going blurry, man. He's going 5D on us. You can't leave without us, dude.
But if you take Angeline, and she's sensitive, right? Like she's super sensitive, right? So
I would have thought she would have been first. If someone started getting blurry, it would be her first. I would have suspected. But
when you're sensitive and you're not allowed, or you don't have anywhere else to turn, that ends up basically making you have to become almost invulnerable, you know, which is why she suppressed her tears. But she said to her son, let it all out, right? And he did. And then I said to Jesse, you're detoxifying all this other stuff. But that's what happens. What you look at Anthony, he's like, okay, something's not right here. That's it. I quit. Everybody in the world's going to go, what? You wasted $100,000 car and a house and you lost it all.
$300,000. $300,000 a year salary.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because all the money in the world can't buy back 1 second of someone you love, you know?
Nope.
And we spend most of our time looking at the wrong thing instead of taking the wrong thing and examining it from different perspectives and point of views, and then doing the right thing, which is all truth is always the right thing, right?
Your own truth.
Yeah.
Your own
but
truth.
Then
whatever your own truth is. It's got to be your own truth.
Truth is singular because truth is right under or synonymous with authenticity. If it's not true, nothing's on the level, nothing's square. The angles are off. Then someone comes at you from the wrong angle, right? So truth is the foundation of everything. Like the top of everything is the source of everything. You know, he's first, he's primary. He's the interpenetrator and establisher of our time-space continuum and everything that matters in it and everything that matters to us in it as well. So we can decide every second to do the right thing, even if it's harder. That's why you strive. The salmon swim upstream. Everyone goes down the flow. You just let go, you go with the flow, you're going to end up at the bottom of the sea. Well, the sea and the dead shall be, you know, given account and all that stuff. It's the word.
God was there when the porcupine whisperer was.
But But you have Anthony. Now all of a sudden, he's a man that had nowhere to lay his head or to call home. He's living in the streets, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been
And
there.
then
not quite.
Angeline and her son, they're detoxifying tears.
Yeah.
Well, Jesus wept. Even the atheists know that. Jesus wept.
We have
That's the
to.
one line everybody knows.
We have to
right?
say
What's he
goodbye to the
weeping
old
for?
world. We have to say goodbye to the old world.
But
we never die. We're eternal. So put all the suffering behind you because we're going to be reunited with all the dead, all the lost. You know, so all we can do is look up at this point. We have to say goodbye to all the toxic past of the last.
Up is one direction.
Spiritual enema time.
Anthony points up in Australia. We're pointing at the same direction.
Yeah.
Like either God's at the top or he's not.
Anthony has to wait. He can't go to 5D until Jesse goes to 5D. So he's sitting there in March 21st. Nothing's happening yet. Me too. Jesse's already getting blurry, so it's coming.
Hey, I have something. I want to sing one song.
Okay.
And you know what? The basis of it is we've all lost somebody we love, and we are going to meet them again one day. And for all the people who kind of don't get it, right? I wish they were here. Just hang on.
I'll do the beatbox.
All right.
Got to make you smile. I will force you to smile. I will force humor you. I will force my humor upon you. And thou shalt rise up.
That was a little
Yeah, I know.
So you think you can tell heaven from hell, blue skies from gray? Can you tell a green field from a cold steel rail? Smile from a veil. Do you think you can tell? Did that get you betrayed? Heroes and ghosts, hot ashes for trees, hot as a cool breeze, cold coffee for change. Did you exchange walk on part in the wall, only roll in the cage? How I wish you were here. We're just two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl, year after year, coming over the same old ground. What have we found? Same old fears. Wish you were here.
There you go.
Awesome.
We're all going to meet again one day.
So you think you can tell?
Something like that.
We're just two lost souls living in a fishbowl.
In a fishbowl, year after year.
Year after year.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. We know the same songs. And I got a lot of Beatles too. So
And you guys don't live far from each other, I think. Am I wrong?
No.
What?
It's Paul is in
Ontario.
Canada, in Ontario, and
Oh,
Anthony's in
okay.
Australia. So
Yeah, we live
it's
along.
Oh,
quite
maybe I was thinking Barrett, maybe, or
I'm in
I
the
don't
same
know. I was
prison with
thinking
you
something. Yeah.
two. I'm in the same hellhole as you two.
Yeah. I know it's
How
back to front. The
Beatles,
Beatles
huh?
Hey,
complete.
Paul, positive, positive.
Yes, we want to stay positive. Oh, does
Do
it?
you know
Oh,
this is the Beatles complete, and I transposed it because in 1994 I played in a duo. We were called Get Back, and we did all Beatles, 2 acoustic guitars. That was when Clapton brought out Unplugged. So I want to do Beatles Unplugged, and in this
OT
book
is
somewhere, it's
background.
the first dollar note that I ever earned.
There, and now it's gone.
In
Sorry,
here
that
somewhere.
OT is making
Here it
a lot
is.
of noise back there.
It's my first dollar out of my pay packet
Mhm.
in December 1980.
Oh, wow.
It's in the book.
Very cool.
There you go. Uh,
Dun, dun, dun.
what did you want to do? Did you want me to play some more songs? I don't mind. I can. I should put that through there. No, it wouldn't work, I don't think.
Yeah, 432 is a nice thing that you can secretly bless people because they don't know, right? And there's
When
such a small difference. It's less than half the ball.
at 52, I went back. I did a diploma in music composition, and we did about the history of music. It was the Germans that changed concert pitch from 440 down to from
Yeah,
432
Hitler, yeah.
to 440.
Yep.
Yeah,
I only
so
found out a few years ago. When did you find out?
I'd known that quite a while from that Japanese doctor that.
Why didn't you tell me?
Because I only just bloody met you 20 minutes ago.
Why did you tell me? You're no longer than me. No, yeah, it was a beautiful thing to find. It was a beautiful find. It's like this finding a treasure.
But it's an amazing thing, music. Sometimes I'm so grateful. I don't know how I can sing like what I do. I just it's something that it's just
It's
normal
natural.
for me, but I don't know, it's pretty weird.
Yeah.
And I always wondered why. And I've done my family history, and on my great grandmother's side, who built this house here, my 10th great grandfather in the 1600s is Henry Purcell, the great English composer, is my 10th great grandfather, buried in Westminster Abbey in the 1600s. He wrote all the bloody chamber music and stuff, influenced Beethoven and Bach in the 1700s. And he's my great grandfather, and I think that's why I play music. It's amazing how I think when you find out things about your family history, how you can relate it to who I am today, I guess.
Yep. Well, I would like to take an opportunity to show something. Let me see.
So, hey, you said Jesse's gone all blurry. He's bloody gone. Jesse,
I've
where
got
are
so
you?
many windows. I've never had to deal with
He's
so many
gone.
windows. But this is okay. I see it
Almost
now.
midnight here.
There's so many of us. Is it really 1:45?
Well,
So
it's 11:47 here.
Ooh, I think Jesse disappeared already. He You went from blurry to. All right, we're gonna watch this, and I'll be right back.
Amnesia, disconnected from its true essence. But now we are reaching a cosmic turning point, a moment foretold by ancient seers, mystics, and astrologers. March 21, 2025 marks the beginning of a new cycle where the shadows of the past dissolve and the frequencies of higher consciousness flood the earth. Astrologer Megan Ensworth has spent years studying the celestial alignments, decoding the messages hidden within the stars. What she has uncovered is profound, urgent, and life-changing. This is not just a shift in time. It is a reset of reality itself. Why March 21, 2025 is the turning point. Throughout history, civilizations have tracked cosmic cycles, understanding that time is not linear but cyclical. March 21, 2025 marks the end of one grand cycle and the beginning of another. This shift is not merely an astrological event. It is a planetary initiation into a higher state of being. Everything we have known is about to change as Earth aligns with powerful galactic forces that will reset the energetic framework of reality. This transition is not happening by chance. Celestial bodies act as divine messengers, orchestrating the vibrational shifts that guide humanity's evolution. At this moment, planetary alignments are converging in a way that has not happened for thousands of years. This is a cosmic signal, a moment of acceleration where human consciousness will either evolve or resist. Many will feel this shift internally as sudden spiritual awakenings, intense dreams, or deep emotional releases. Others may experience external disruptions, old structures breaking down, unexpected life changes, and an unshakable sense that something greater is unfolding. This is the universe's way of pushing us forward, urging us to let go of what no longer serves us. This is not the end. It is the beginning of something far greater than we can comprehend. Those who embrace this transformation will step into higher awareness, divine intuition, and limitless potential. The time is now. The choice is yours. What was the 6,000-year dark age? The world we have lived in has been shaped by spiritual suppression, manipulation, and division. For 6,000 years, humanity has been trapped in a dense, materialistic reality where power and fear ruled over wisdom and love. This was an era of forgetting, a time when ancient knowledge was buried, intuition was dismissed, and divine truths were replaced by artificial systems of control. Throughout this age, humans were conditioned to believe they were separate from the divine, limited by their physical existence. The veil between dimensions became thick, making it difficult to perceive the invisible realms of energy, frequency, and universal consciousness. The knowledge once held by ancient civilizations of sacred geometry, quantum fields, and cosmic connection was systematically erased. But just as night eventually gives way to dawn, the veil is now lifting. People are beginning to remember their origins, unlocking the wisdom that has been dormant within their DNA. The codes of higher consciousness are reactivating, restoring the lost truths of the universe. This is why the energies of 2025 will feel so intense.
Why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use.
How cool is that?
That was brilliant, bro. Awesome.
So I study, like, I love to study astrology, and they talk about the 29th degree. So you go into the 29th degree, the 0th degree, and then the 1st degree. And they talk about how the 29th degree is often when a lot of stuff gets destroyed and comes to an end and all this kind of stuff. And then there's the 0th degree and then the 1st degree. And when we're moving into the new thing, we're like brand new babies in a new era that we're like gung-ho in, but we're not really know a lot about yet or understand. And sometimes we're moving faster than we have wisdom for, and it's a little bit messy, but we're moving forward. And I think that if that is the transition that's happening, it really does describe stuff perfectly, right? Like what we're going through right now, it's like the messy end and the messy beginning of something new, right? So
Yep. It's all behind us now. And we can be thankful for that.
yes, Spirit.
And you use the word now again. It's all behind us now.
Yeah. Barrett?
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, brother. Also, I find, and I started doing it a little while back, and you get a phenomenal biofeedback anyway, is the operating system. For me, scarcity is a myth. So for me, the operating system is abundance. And when we look at the real intrinsic value, it's not gold, silver, Bitcoin, or brick and mortar. It's energy and how we go about energizing each other. So that's the focal point, because you're leaving very, very powerful markers, very, very powerful impressions. So is it uplifting? Is it lowering the veil, or is it lifting the energy of every organism, and not just humanity alike? You know, we're talking about the elementals, animals, trees, and plants, and all sorts of things. So it's how we're engaging, which one needs to pay attention. These beautiful markers and signatures that we leave. So I've been living in abundance for quite a while. It's not where you live. It's not Bulgaria. It's not Austria. It's not Canada or whatever. It's your intention. It's also like, it's not where you live. It's how you live. It's how you associate with yourself, with others. I see myself in people, and it's a mirror. So how you're treating your organism is going to affect every aspect of what you're projecting. So, and if there are triggers, I look upon that as a very powerful message as well. I look upon that as maybe there's a part of me that needs a bit of attention. So my greatest teacher has always been the one that's caused me the greatest anguish, pain. And Anthony, I take my hat off, brother. I mean, the fact that you spent time with your beautiful mother there, and I can relate to that, because I've also been there for my mum when she was literally at nearly stage 4 cancer. And I think what people need when they're not well, is not so much sympathy, but the warmth of a heart that understands the pain and the cause. So doctors primarily were more inclined to treating symptoms rather than going to the cause. And a lot of the causes have been emotional, mental blockages, which has all been traumatized with the upbringings and stuff like that. So this golden age is really, really exciting, and it truly is upon us, and we're being showered by that. So I'm delighted to share a space amongst true, authentic people who are not afraid of expressing themselves as well. So thank you for the opportunity to be part of this wonderful moment of aliveness.
My pleasure.
Is there background music, or is it my imagination? Am I hearing something?
That's my original music it's called Live Free. I don't usually
Beautiful.
play on this show, but it is any music I play is usually my own. But that one
Paul,
is called
it
Live
the
Free.
furnace making background noise here?
Yeah, there's something. I think it's. Do you have radio or anything going on?
I'll turn off the furnace. It's loud.
Live Free. It's the name of the song. Yes, we can watch it, please. I
wanted
would like
to ask you before, when you came back after the video, what
Yeah.
you, considering you know so much about the Bible, and then that short video, did you notice any similarities that are the same thing but in different words? Or even Angeline, she knows the Bible quite well, right? So did you guys notice any similarities of what's written in the Bible versus what was in that short video? I didn't take notes. Anyway. So I wanted to know kind of what you wanted us to take out of it, or someone that's going to watch this video later, what the important thing is.
I do see they all parallel lines everywhere in different religions, all coalescing, and this Kali Yugi is just adding to it. There's so many. There's I think it was a priest. I can't remember his name, but he also we will have false prophets, so we have to also be in tune and use our gut and our discernment to be able to tell the difference. But this is a timeline thing where everything is gone, and we have a new new system being set up with creator involved. So it's all good and no bad. It's all great. And Jesse and Angeline got 3 minutes before their midnight, so they may leave us. So I guess I'll see if Angeline has anything to add to that question about any parallels between that video and religion.
Has Jesse gone to bed?
I know he's just was having some issues, and now he's working on some things he's got to set up for his interview tomorrow. So he'll probably come back. So
it'll be okay, no problem. If he gets tired, I mean, he does so many podcasts every day. I don't know how he keeps up, and he was up early today.
I told him he should have waited a few more minutes till midnight.
Well, you won't see him after midnight. Actually, no. If he rises, you rise. You will be rising too. So, I was hoping to help.
All the time.
I was hoping to help rise people. Yeah. So I don't know if you're listening to something else, OT, but it's echoing in the background. So it's just sound.
I think, OT, it's not your voice, and it's not the background. It's just that I think when we talk, the sound bounces back into the mic. I think that's all it is. So
yeah, I think so too.
I don't know if sometimes if your phone speaker is resting on a flat surface, it'll bounce the sound back into it. So maybe if you can lift up the speaker part or the mic part, sometimes that helps that.
I just put it on paper. I don't know if it makes a difference now or not.
I don't know.
Does it sound different or no?
I guess we have to talk. It's still kind of bouncing back, yeah.
Yeah, I'll keep it off. I'll just watch. I didn't have much else to say anyway. I just wanted to know what your takes were on it.
In relation to the video.
Yeah, and kind of the similarities with the other religions, as Paul said, or like I saw lots of things in the words, but I didn't write them all down. Like, time is cyclical, they said. It goes in a circular way. Well, that makes sense, right? If there's no new thing under the sun.
12, yeah, it's midnight. She's still here.
I'm right where I want to be.
But Jesse's not here, and Joe Cool.
It might have to be the whole world. I think the whole world has to be in March 21st. I think that might be the thing. I don't know if there's much. So where are you guys? You guys are in Vancouver, Alberta?
Alberta.
What province? Alberta. So see, we still got to go through British Columbia. There's another hour. And then Alaska.
And then you got England that wakes up, because I used to ring
go coast
England
to coast
at
like a true
4:30 in the
Canadian.
afternoon from here was 8:30 in the morning in England when I used to have to ring them for work. So you've still got all that to go as well, mate. I'll be in the bloody 23rd by the time everybody gets to the 21st.
And Jesse's getting ready for a show that may not even happen.
You know, even if the whole world goes downhill, I'd still rather be here than taken out of it, because this is where we get to love. And
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
contrast is what creates the opportunities to love and be loved. So why do I want to be taken out of that? I'd rather be here to love those who need it, right?
Okay, here's Live Free.
Is this your song?
Oh, no. That's good.
Thank you.
It's good.
Thank you.
I
that's one of my
want
songs.
a nice film clip. I wanted the lady with the red hat and the red coat when she was walking over the autumn leaves and she stopped at the lake. She's living free. I wanted her to walk straight into the lake.
Oh, I had to cut that out of the film.
You know what else? It was a good song, like even with my mic and speakers breaking up. Yeah. Thanks for that. But even the background when those kids had the sand pail, like with the little, I couldn't see it because I was far. Then I leaned in and it was like poking up, and then around it was like concentric circles, it looked like. And I'm like, man, every motion that we do sends out these ripples, and these kids are just naturally doing it in the sand. What's sand? It's dirt. It's the dust of the earth. Like they're doing reconstructive stem cell surgery getting in the dirt, right? But they're just expressing outward into life. Like, it was cool. Right.
Well,
and then the music, I was thinking the 432. I don't know a note of music, right? So I was trying to see when you extend it with the pedals and it kind of reverbs a little longer and stuff like that. But my mic was breaking up, so I didn't hear it like clearly.
432 is more about the pitch of the music. 432, it's almost going backwards one semitone flat.
Yeah.
So it's basically a semitone flatter than the 440 hertz. Not quite.
Pitch is what though? The length or the angle that you're throwing it in? Pitch.
No, it's level.
1 pitch.
That's pitch. So how long you hold it?
2 pitches.
No,
3. So
it's the actual
pitches.
note.
Pitch is an octave then. A pitch is an
No.
octave?
No. It's the actual note that's a half a tone lower. So it's it lowers. So
But
That's
I'm
what
trying to
the
reverse
432
engineer
does.
music by what the words mean. So
Yeah.
when you say, like, there's tone,
Yeah.
there's pitch, there's
There's
flat.
Note
There,
is
Yeah.
probably the best word.
note. Okay,
See-
yeah. What's note? It's a notation. Music is language. It's words made to coalesce sound and writing into programming out into the, like, love is the expression of the musicality of existence, right? I mean, get that down on tape. Like, that's
But
a
that's-
channeled message, right?
That song was written about the sovereignty of mankind and
Yeah.
the journey to it. You know, our journey towards the golden age.
Yeah.
Speaking of golden age, let us continue a little bit longer here.
And the light of truth is emerging. Those who are ready will feel an unstoppable pull toward deeper knowledge, spiritual awakening, and a complete transformation of their reality. A galactic balancing act for the soul. The universe operates on the principle of balance. For every cycle of darkness, there must be a cycle of light. As we step into this new age, the energetic equilibrium of the cosmos is being restored. This is not just a planetary event. It is a personal reckoning for every soul. Many people have spent lifetimes trapped in karmic loops, repeating the same lessons over and over. But now, as the energetic tides shift, unresolved karma is surfacing at an accelerated pace. Everything that has been buried, unhealed traumas, suppressed emotions, and past life imbalances must be addressed. This is why many are experiencing unexpected hardships, emotional turbulence, or deep inner conflicts. It may feel as though life is forcing you to confront your greatest fears and wounds. In reality, this is the universe giving you an opportunity to clear the past and move forward freely. The key to navigating this reset is surrender. Rather than resisting these changes, embrace them as opportunities for growth. Let go of attachments to the old, release what no longer serves you, and step into the frequency of love, healing, and expansion. The shift of the ages and end of Kali Yuga, 2025. The ancient Hindu texts describe a great cycle of time known as the yugas, epochs that define human consciousness. We are now at the end of Kali Yuga, the age of ignorance, suffering, and separation. This age was marked by material obsession, spiritual decay, and the loss of divine connection. Kali Yuga was necessary for human growth. It allowed us to experience the depths of illusion, to test the limits of free will, and to understand the consequences of misusing power. But now, this era is collapsing, and the energy of Sakya Yuga, the Golden Age, is beginning to emerge. The transition between these ages will not be smooth. The forces of the old world will resist change, clinging to their structures of control. But no system built on deception can withstand the rising frequency of truth. As this shift accelerates, the old paradigm will dissolve, and new ways of living, thinking, and being will take its place. This is why 2025 is such a crucial year. It is not just an astrological event. It is the closing of an era and the birth of a new reality. The actions we take now will determine the trajectory of our future, shaping the next cycle of human evolution. Megan's mystical experience and radical life shift. Not everyone reaches this understanding through study alone. Some are thrown into awakening through direct experience. Megan Answorth's journey into the depths of this transformation was not just an intellectual pursuit, but a profound, life-altering event. What began as a curiosity about astrology turned into an undeniable mystical experience that shattered her perception of reality. One night, during a particularly intense planetary alignment, Megan felt an energetic shift so powerful that it pulled her out of her ordinary consciousness.
भूख तो भूख ही होती है, भूख का कोई मज़हब
Boy. Wow.
I've got to go, guys, because my battery's going to run out in a minute. So thank you for... Hello, Ange. I've got to go. My battery's running out in a minute. So all the best.
Great to see you, Anthony.
All right.
Love you.
Cheers.
Night.
See you, love
Or
you.
good day,
Say
I guess.
goodbye.
Good night. Thanks for the songs and the poetry and the stories, right? Yeah.
Hey,
Great night.
that's all right, man. All good.
Or
Thank
day
you.
over there.
See ya.
Yes,
Do
thank
something
you.
you love today.
Thank you, everyone at home as well, for joining us. Jesse, Angeline, and all our guests, Borat and OT, and all the others.
That
But,
video, it made me
hopefully-
think that we should all be ready for right now. We should all be ready for chaos, but as the chaos comes, we should all remember what we've been asking for and focus on that. So many of us have been asking to go back to nature, to live off the land, to live off grid, all of these things. So if we start to see chaos, we need to remember what we've been asking for and bring that into the now. So even now, before chaos hits, we need to actually be developing what we've been asking for. Like, I've been practicing fermenting foods naturally. I've been like trying to figure out, okay, what's all just even with still having the conveniences that I have, we collect our own spring water. What are alternative ways to wash my clothes? What are alternative ways to preserve food? Like, these are good things for us to go back to. And when a lot of people are asking for this, but they can't get there because of the system that we're stuck in, there's a good chance that chaos may come to produce what we've been desiring. So we really need to stay focused if chaos does come on what we've been asking for. Like, don't lose our focus. Don't freak out. Don't just keep moving into creating the new.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be hard to get used to it because we've been there our whole lives in this chaos. But yeah, I do look forward to the end of this day, and just I'm open. My mind is open to whatever God wants to do. I will accept it, and I look forward to it. Look forward to the challenges.
Well, our hearts have been being prepared this entire time. I really do believe our hearts have been preparing for this moment, and it's just loving each other and bringing each other back to this focus. I think we're going to create beautiful things. Like, you can't get rid of the old by pushing against it as much as you can get rid of the old by bringing in something new and drawing the energy to that new thing till all the energy leaves the old thing and it becomes null and void. That's the best way to get rid of the old, is to create the new and bring the focus and energy to the new.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I mean, I've been moving in that direction for quite a few years, I think my faith has gotten exploded in a good way. You know, I have more peace of mind in my faith as you know as it expands. And there's more
What
comfort in it.
What do you attribute that to?
Seeking and finding. Seeking you shall find, and I believe that's 100%. So I had to go from one book to another book to another book to hear what everyone has to say, no matter of their geographical birth. They all have a book, they all have a church, and they all say something different. And I want to hear what everybody has to say, and that expanded my understanding. It seemed to me that it had been divided. It seemed like there's information that was taken out of one place and put in another place. That's what I discovered. So all these wars against each other is just false because bad men injected themselves into the books.
Say that last part again.
The bad men in the world, like the Rothschilds, for is a good example of very, very, very bad. They are Mossad. They are Israel. They own and control Canada, United States, Australia. They run the show. They're the only family that can own an island in Antarctica. I mean, come on. We can't even go there. We'll get shot. But they have an island. So they are the power.
Only place with peace on the world, like a peace treaty that holds.
You know, it's funny. They could end suffering. They could have done it all along. They had the money.
Yeah.
They could have, but they chose not to. So it's not the devil's fault. It's the Rothschilds' fault. And it means it's evil men that have distorted the truth. It's not spiritual. Spirits have their own thing going on. It's not us. They don't really care about us because they don't really.
The truth is the word. The truth is the word.
The truth.
The word is love. The word is love. The word is light.
Mm-hmm.
God is light. God is love.
Yep. Yeah, he is. Absolutely.
The devil, Satan, is the prince of darkness.
No, he's the god of this
world. The word. The word is the frequency in the time-space continuum. This is a spiritual war. Like whether you realize it, any distortion of any like intercessory prayer, if those people aren't hooked up to the one true God, like God is positive. He's love. He'll give you what you want. The problem is if you're wanting the wrong thing. So your intent has to be pure. It has to be truthful. It has to be authentic. And
most churches use the devil as an excuse. The devil is the god of this world. He was appointed by the creator. Only the creator could put him there. So he's not our enemy. He doesn't think we're worthy of the creator. He loves
God's
the creator.
enemy.
He knows the creator. Yeah, but he knows the creator. They're they talk like in Job.
What's his dad? The creator's his dad. It's his father too.
Yeah, absolutely. God don't make junk.
I honestly think
to worship him.
No.
I honestly think like the devil is us. It's when someone here chooses to be the adversary of God, or to teach or act or think in a way that is against God, which is truth and love. And so really it is all things that are in resistance to love and to that higher energy flowing, and trying to slow that energy so much or cause so much resistance in the world to that energy that it causes our own chaos and self-destruction. Because we destroy ourselves when we're in resistance to allowing life-giving energy. We begin to experience dis-ease when we're standing against that love and that life energy that wants to flow through us and to us and from us, when we stand in resistance to that, we are uncomfortable and we're in dis-ease. And so the people out there who are against God, which is life, they're against life and what gives us life, which is love, all the fruits of the Spirit, all that stuff, right? They're just called the devil because they're an adversary to God, which is life-giving energy, right?
Yeah, see, I don't even know if that's even true, but I mean, I think God is using the devil. God will use anybody, you know, and God, I know God and the devil have a close relationship. In Job, it showed their relationship. Job really demonstrates that he went back and forth, and they were playing a game really with Job's life. You know, God taunted the devil, saying, you know, who loves me more than Job? So it was really a game, and Job suffered greatly. He lost his animals, his his children were all killed. So it told me, in my opinion, from my research, I think the devil isn't really our enemy. He just doesn't think our hands are clean enough for God. He doesn't think we're good enough for God. You know, so he's kind of adversarial, but he's like the district attorney trying to give us life in prison, you know? He wants us to be worthy of the Creator. He wants us to look, he wants us to seek and find. He wants us to love God enough to look deeper. He wants us to prove our love. That's kind of his role. All the evil in this world is evil people.
Yeah,
It's
us.
people. People are doing it. Yes.
Well,
It's not the devil.
I don't believe there's like some entities. All I'm saying, it's just, and even if we're going by the book, which you know that I don't really subscribe to.
That's okay. That's okay.
But it's like there is things in there, but I don't believe in like, oh, there's some demon.
Well,
and
your instincts. Your instincts are good because they're correct. The book has been changed. I already proved that with my translation. So your gut instinct was perfect. I had to discern it, though. I had to retranslate from original Hebrew to find that they had changed it. So your instinct was perfect. God protected you.
Yeah, I read a lot of it multiple times in its original translations as well. And when you bring it back to them speaking to those people in that time, in that timeline, describing Jesus warning them about the destruction that came in 70 AD, just as he said, instead of bringing it into the future. If you do that, you realize that when he's talking, even a lot of the angels, and even in the Old Testament when they talk about the fallen and all of that, it's talking about a king and actual people and messengers. They're usually translated properly messengers that could very well just be human messengers. So anyways, with all of that, when you go into it, you realize that they're talking about, when they say you're the sons of the devil, it's like their sons, they came out of, they were raised in and birthed out of the system. The system was the enemy, was the devil that they came out of, that they were trying to put the people in, and they were against God because they were saying, God does not love you, God will not heal you because you did this sin, and so you have to pay us this much for it, and you have to sacrifice this, and you have to pay your 10%, and you have to blah blah blah, and every sickness and illness is because of you, and because God is mad at you, and this is your curse, and blah blah blah. And basically they were speaking things that were not God. And Jesus came and destroyed it all, which is why they did not like them. That's why they didn't like Jesus, because Jesus, they were saying, oh, you have leprosy because of your sin. And Jesus is like, well, do you believe God loves you? Get up and walk. Get up, be healed. Like, Jesus was breaking all of the rules that was benefiting them, and he was calling them the sons of the devil. which was the system that they subscribed to that was against the truth of who God actually was and the relationship that they were supposed to have with him directly instead of through that third party person, right? And that was the adversary, was those who were lying about God, not speaking the truth about God, and trapping them in a system for their own earthly benefits instead of empowering them themselves, right? Which is what Jesus wanted them to have, was
Yeah,
to know
he
who
told
they
the
were,
truth.
that they were loved by God.
He told the truth, and the church twisted his words and used it incorrectly and mistranslated and just skipped over parts. It's disgusting to me, because having read the book, it upsets me that they would mislead their congregation. Because really, if everyone knew the truth, which I see coming in the golden age, truth is coming. You like it or not, it's going to be a pie to the face to a lot of people, but it's going to be the most beautiful thing that we have ever experienced collectively. That's the beauty, is all of us are going to know. The truth is going to be known. It's called the apocalypse, which is everyone, every man, woman, and child is going to know the truth. It's just going to be downloaded from Creator, from Source, and thank God. Sleepy Giant, thanks for staying with us this long. But Sleepy Giant is drifting off. You'll have to watch the. It'll be available to watch the parts that you missed.
I was gonna say, in the New Testament, God said he never wanted their sacrifices, and all God ever wanted was our faith, and our faith that was that if we love God as he loved us, or we love each other, our faith is in trusting and believing that God loves, right? That's the faith that is required for us to do things that show us and prove to us God's love. When we move into alignment with that and allow love to show up, right? But we don't believe it, so we don't move forward in it. We don't love and trust that love. We don't show up in love and trust that source love is going to back us up and show up, because we don't believe it. Like, we hold ourselves back so much, and people don't move forward when love is presented to them, even because they don't believe it. Like, there's so much doubt here, but it's about, that's why the true people of God were about faith, not about rules and systems and all that. They were children of faith, not the system, right?
Yeah. And it's worth it. I mean, it's a valuable thing to find truth and to share it. It will get rejected, with all the brainwashing that's happening, no? And the frequencies being used and the subliminal messaging. I mean, it's unbelievable what's going on. People have been absolutely bombarded with technology.
That's why it needs to be shown and not spoken. Jesus showed a lot more than he spoke. The only words he spoke was using their own words against them to show them how ridiculous they were and bring them into something new.
Yeah. Any wisely spoken parables.
Were you going to say something, Barrett?
I was going to say, if I may, I mean, we could almost say that he was telepathic as well. And also the fact that Brother Paul, I mean, thanks for sharing the videos as well, because my understanding is what Jesus was actually also doing was neutralizing, harmonizing, and bringing everything into balance, into unison rather than chaos, because a lot of people's operating system is either left brain or right brain associated. Whereas when you're in that 0 point field, everything comes into yoga, it comes into order, it comes into balance. And that's the flavor of what the golden age is all about. The temptation is there for some to point fingers, but if you're going to take accountability, responsibility, and ownership, you don't need necessarily a savior or a government, because you're taking on the ownership, because you have the energy to do it. And again, sorry to kind of bring back that real powerful intrinsic value, which for me has always been energy. It's how we're energizing each other. And I feel that is the missing link. I think that is the ultimate missing link. If we can't energize each other, because it's very easy to lower the people's frequency. You just don't turn up.
Yeah.
But turning up means feeling the pain. Now you might say, well, I don't want to feel someone else's pain. I've got enough pain as it is. But I genuinely believe that if you have the time for someone else and literally feel the pain of another sentient being, it can be an animal as well, and holding space where they get relief and they get relieved, and that tension begins to disperse. And that's what Jesus was so masterful of. And he left a very powerful, everlasting impression. And that's the consciousness. So we're talking about Christ consciousness, that this golden age is all about. That's the foundation, that's the fabric that we're working with.
It's like us, like crystallizing, transforming with Source, with Creator, just like we're being birthed from our mother's womb into a new world, a new reality.
Yeah, we're vessels, and Source is the life-giving energy. And we need to figure out, how do we be the vessel that allows that life-giving energy to flow through us to others and for ourselves as well, and where we're in resistance. And whenever I'm in resistance, whatever I'm feeling negative, whether it's sadness or anger or whatever, I usually have to feel it, but I also have to sit with Source and have Source transmute it into wisdom, because I know that I'm not done hearing from Source until I have relief, and I have powerful wisdom that gives me relief from what I'm feeling. And so to kind of sit with that and transmute it, we're all going to do it differently. Everyone's going to do it differently. For me, it's writing. I'll often just write out whatever is coming. I'll write it. And as I release the stuckness, I get revelation. And as I get revelation, I can usually translate it into something that helps everybody, because it's a universal truth that is helpful. And so I don't know, that we're all going to be used in different ways. We're all different.
That's true. 100%.
Good to see Jesse.
We all have our part, and Jesse has his part too.
Yep.
And he had his parts removed and rejoined, reconnected.
My legs cut off and reattached.
God.
With some titanium hips, but I just was having to do. I had to set up the interview for the missing link for tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, and then I set up one for Saturday with John F. Kennedy Jr., the real one that was stolen, identity stolen when he was 9 years old. So he's back, I think, for maybe the 4th or 5th time on our show. So I set that one up, and now I'm just having to advertise it out. So there's lots of work that goes into, having a show, doing shows every day.
Oh yeah.
So I just, don't mind me. I was just needed to lie down while I set that up. Now I'm just going to advertise. So I came back here for a little bit, to just see all you lovely people still chatting, in this, wonderful. And thanks for hosting this, Paul. And Barrett, thanks for coming and hanging out here with us. I know it's probably like 6:30 a.m. I don't know if you slept at all last night. I think you've been just a little tiny bit. And thanks to the beautiful Angeline with her wisdom, her grace, her beauty, her kindness, her innocence, and just
skills.
just that, amazing soul that, life beat her down, but she's turned out to this blossoming flower that, the world has benefited just from her being in.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Aw. I love you, Jesse.
And she's a masseuse. And
healing. She's, spirit fingers. She's got the spirit fingers. She's got those magic spirit fingers for sure.
Yeah, she's got the source touch.
You know what's really weird? You know what's really weird that I've learned about me, because I've been around a lot of people who are like super emotional, like especially I've been around a lot of death, right? And when people are feeling so intense, like such intense emotion, like even today when one of my kids were having emotion, I can actually feel where it is in their body. So I actually intuitively, so when they're having a hard time and releasing a lot of emotion, feeling a lot, I intuitively know where the energy is stuck the most in the body, and I'll know to ground and to release the energy in that area while they're releasing the energy, and to help the transition go smoother without hurting their body. Like, I don't know if that makes any sense, but wow, like if you've been with people who are intensely feeling pain and it's to the point where it's hurting their body, like they have a hard time breathing, maybe their heart hurts, their chest, like they're just having a really hard time releasing a lot of pain. I just remembered that today. I'm like, I've had this experience many times in my life where I intuitively knew where to put my hand and where the energy was stuck. I intuitively knew how to ground them. I knew all that stuff. So I don't know where that came from, but I mean, I have been around a lot of death since I was young. And so I don't know if that's just some weird thing I developed, but
it's like a supercharged empathy.
But I stay very grounded. Like I just become super grounded so that this person can fully release, because they're not alone, right?
Like I consider myself an empath, where when I'd walk through the hospital and see people limping, I would almost like feel their pain. I would almost start limping because I feel it. So I think that's kind of part of God's gift to you, is the super empathy. You're a super empath where you can find the source, but it's all love. It really is like love driven, a gift from God, 100%.
Sometimes if I see someone in physical pain, Source will talk to me about where it actually came from. Like if it developed to that point from an emotional pain, or something they're resisting in their life, or something they're choosing to ignore, or whatever, like, because everything builds up from our resistance in whatever way that looks like. And sometimes the source will show me what that is. And then
you can always test it.
For a while.
You can always test it. Does source say I'm going to have a Lamborghini? Sorry, I can't stop it. I have to make you smile. It's the golden age.
But if that Lamborghini is meant for you, then yeah, Source is going to give you that Lamborghini, right?
That's my brother right there.
It doesn't really matter what it is that you need if you're in alignment with it, and you're doing, the things that will help you attain the things that are in alignment for you. Then anything is possible, even that Lamborghini for you, there, brother.
See, that's what I expect from a brother.
And always figuring out where we're in resistance to what we want to is huge. But usually even more than that, like that's always good to grow and gain wisdom and whatever. But even more than that is not focusing on what we don't have, but focused on
Yes, of course.
on what we're ready to receive.
Yep. I agree 100%. Yeah, because I don't think God would give us something that we can't like handle. I think God is very respectful that way.
Well, I don't think it's that we can't handle. It's like, say I like want a super successful business, and it's like, okay, I don't think God is ever blocking me. Nice. But I think I am blocking me. So what I would do, instead of being like, oh, why don't I have this? Why don't I have this? Why don't I have this? I need to focus on what I am ready to receive. So I am ready. I don't have resistance or blocks to this next step. So I'll go there instead of focusing on something so big that I actually don't fully believe it enough to allow it yet.
Do you have any feeling from this picture, Angeline?
I feel like somebody wants to have some fun.
Yeah.
I feel like we're gonna be driving in that thing one day, Paul. So
it's very kind of you to share that with us, Paul.
I think that is my favorite Lamborghini. It doesn't even look. It looks like Lamborghini.
You got to do something about the color, though. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's ready, bunker ready, eh? When you have to drive underground. So
and with what you were saying, it's about, people say that, God only allows things to happen what people can handle, but everyone can handle, we're resilient. We were born this way. So no matter what life throws at us, we can handle whatever it is. And everything that we've ever gone through to this point, and for some people it's been a lot easier, and for some people it's been a lot tougher, should show that doesn't matter what's to come, we're going to be able to flow through it no matter what it is. It could be for the positive, it could be for the negative, but you keep preparing yourself for anything that is to arrive with all the knowledge and wisdom and experience that we've all attained, that we shouldn't ever think that we're not going to be able to handle whatever it is that's going to come into our life. And some people are worried about this and some people are excited about this, but either way, we're going to be able to make it through, whatever it is, because of that resilience and that know that, we ain't going to give up. We're just going to keep going until we, make it through this, whatever this, may be.
Our
Yeah,
real comfort is our fear.
I accept it with open arms. Whatever comes, I have open arms for it. I just have that much faith in knowing that I'm not going to get more than I can handle. It's always been, as much as I can handle, right to the maximum. I suppose a soul wouldn't enjoy a life in these meat suits without challenge. I think the only sacrifice they have is forgetting what they are, who they are, where they came from, their knowledge of source, the comfort of the knowledge in source. I think these things are kind of silenced and hidden from us as we go through this process.
And not only hidden, it's, people are convinced that you have to connect back to source, you have to get back there, but when in reality we've never been disconnected, right? That's the fallacy, that's the illusion, that we've been disconnected from this divinity when we've been born with it, that light, that spark, that divine spark, that light that sparks the egg, sparks the sperm, sparks the egg. That divine light is still in you now. And it's just the world that wants to teach you that, you're not worthy of the light that God instilled in you, but that couldn't be further from the truth. And that's that illusion that you've got to connect back to source when you've never been disconnected from it.
Yeah, one of my favorite rabbit holes since a child was, what if we're only this big, and how big we are is just an illusion. Like we could be a particle of dust. Our whole world could be in a particle of dust. We could be, foolishly thinking that we're not connected when we really are all connected to source, right? Perhaps our source is the egg that's going to be birthed. And then we'll all know that we're connected, but in a spiritual birth. See, that's why I call it a rabbit hole, because it's just letting my imagination just go. But it always comes down to like a baby in a mother's womb in water, and it's like we're surrounded by water. So, hey, the similarities are going on there. So, I mean, there's so much. There's water above, water below, same as in the womb of the mother. And we're all connected, but we don't know we're connected. Just like all the sperm, there's billions of them, and they don't know that they're all connected, They're all just going their own way, have their own plans, and one wants to go shopping at Walmart and the other one doesn't, But, I know that's silly, but that's my rabbit hole. That's my favorite rabbit hole, is just how big we are. How big and how small are we?
Well, I've
'Cause we have
envisioned,
measured.
but I've envisioned what you've said, and like I've envisioned that source creator is this giant being, and we're all just inside the eyeball, the whole earth and everything, and we're just this tiny speck of creation. The apple of the eye, that tiny speck,
No.
and the creator. It has us all just, floating around in a tiny little eye, or however big or tiny that is. But it seems like maybe we are that tiny speck when it comes to all of creation.
Yeah.
But just as significant as every other tiny speck that creates the whole.
Yeah. Just speculating and having a great imagination and just saying, well, just maybe we're like going to be birthed, and we're going to realize we're all connected, that we've never been separate, that we are family, that we're brothers and sisters, and that all the bad people here have done everything they could to separate us. And in the old age, they were successful, but in the golden age, they cannot win anymore.
You got that
Brother
right,
Paul,
brother.
if I may very quickly, just my own take. Where does an opposing polarity sit with you? If there is an opposing polarity, is that good or bad in your own personal interpretation? Because everyone is siphoning truth based on their own unique frequency. So if someone said to you, what does an opposing polarity mean to you, Paul? Is that a good or a bad thing?
Opposing polarity, I think, is necessary, like yin and yang, and good and evil. Without the evil, we wouldn't have to suffer and grow in that suffering.
So if we talk about an all-encompassing, if we put a circle and we put everything in the circle and we call that outline God, I mean, a lot of people might find this difficult because they might say, well, the way that religion has brought us up, for me, my understanding, everything is a state of mind, it's a state of beingness. Heaven and hell is not a particular destination, it's a state of mind. You either project heaven or you project hell. And when you're projecting heaven, guess what happens, ladies and gentlemen? You create this vortex of energy. People feel more alive, people feel more lifted, people feel more at home. And I feel that's the real nature of our true humanism as such.
Yeah.
And we're being upgraded because the way I feel that we're at a stance for something that probably has never happened. I think the consciousness of even the Christ consciousness is expanding. It's not sitting somewhere on a shelf, developing dust. It's growing, and this is where I feel that where we are at the moment with this incredible threshold, this golden age, this golden opportunity we all have. And it's very important to put our attention to detail, to a place where it's all about togetherness. And I get the fact that some people don't feel comfortable in being in presence because they don't ultimately like themselves enough. So there are either future versions or past versions. When people take ownership, responsibility, and accountability, they're in this present moment. You know when you're in the company of someone present because you harmonize and neutralize the pain. It's like where you suppressing everything, suddenly it comes out. I always work with people. I gradually, you don't kind of like have a full on impact. You gradually release. Because people, I understand people have a lot of tension.
But as far as the opposing force, I think my breakthrough was when I ended my own personal negativity to work against myself. So I think our first enemy is ourself, and
Perfect.
we have to take over. We have to say, okay, you're the drunk sailor here. I'm going to make decisions from now on.
That's the devil. That's the adversary. That is created, by you. And once you don't have that adversary within yourself, then you lose that. It's not necessary. You don't need to have this darkness. You don't need to have the yang in order to have the yin. But it's that adversary, that devil that makes you think that it's necessary. Oh, I wouldn't know good unless I knew this darkness. But that to me is a big con. That's the father of all lies. That you need to know this darkness to know the good. But no, but this world that we've been born into is filled with this darkness, or not filled. Let's say the illusion is filled with darkness. And once you pull yourself out of the illusion, once you take your head out of your own ass, then you start to see the light. And the light means you can live in that love. You can live in that light. You don't need to be your own adversary. And then the devil no longer has any power anymore because now you've transcended it and you're living in that love, living in the light. God is love. God is that light. You are that love. You are that light. So when you're in that vibration, when you're in alignment with it, then that's what truly the nature of God, creator, source, that's the source of all energy, is in alignment with the true light, that divinity that resides in each and every single one of us.
And I was gonna say, same like Jesse, I don't believe there has to be a evil. There's just energy, and then there's us, and we're in an illusion of separation, and there's all these differences. So there's yes, there's contrast and there's differences, and there's how much we allow and how much we resist, right? It's just energy just is. Is it good or bad? Well, it's life-giving, but it just is, and we can allow it or resist it, and the resisting causes discomfort, disease, and the allowing allows us to have more life and to give life and create life, right? We're all creators, and if we're not creating, are we really alive? And so we're in a world where there's an illusion of separateness, where we get to see things and we're like, oh, I like that and I don't like that, and that everything here inspires us to create and become, whether it's perceived as negative or positive. We're constantly being inspired to continue to create and expand. That's part of maybe why, if we were just energy, we wouldn't really exist as individuals, right? So there is the illusion of contrast because we want to love each other, we want to grow, we want to create, we want to become, we want to expand, right? And so I don't believe in evil. Like, there is bad things that happen here that shouldn't happen here because we resist and we fear and we do stupid things out of that fear. But if we really learn to allow ourselves to love and be loved and trust love and believe that we are loved, it's like none of this evil would exist. It would just be differences and creation. That's it. And we'd allow different people to create, because the only thing that is evil, which is causing death and chaos, is our fears. Our fears create this death and chaos and causes us to hurt each other instead of just focusing on creation. Like, we let people hurt us because we fear. We hurt other people because we fear. We resist moving forward and in our highest selves and in alignment with Source because we don't believe and we choose fear. So it's like, that is the adversary. Fear is the adversary. It's like the root of everything is fear. Fear that we're not loved. Fear that we're not enough. Fear that we're not worthy of love or loving ourselves or being loved by another. It's like we create the resistance when we really just want to flow. We want to flow. We want to love ourselves. We want to love others. We want to believe God loved us. And I think Jesus was an example of someone who knew God loved him, who knew who he was, that he was loved, and knew that he could love others and receive love, and he walked it. Of course, he spoke in their time and understanding and whatever, but he was constantly like, it wasn't his words so much, because his words are limited. All our words are limited. It's what he showed. It's what he showed in just healing people, in just loving people, in just accepting people who should have been stoned and should have been condemned, and according to the system that taught everyone to fear, which is the adversary against God, right? So is there evil? I think it's just our own limitations, our own fears that create what we perceive as evil, but it's not necessary. There's enough room here for all of us to be creative beings and be inspired by each other and go in the directions that we want to go in alignment with love and Source and that life-giving energy, right? And I hope that we all come to that one day, because we all get to experience that. Like, I guess our only goal is to try and line up with that truth as much as we can, that energy, and be creators.
True evil is an absence of love, and that absence of love is because of fear.
Robert, do you feel, if I may present this question to Jesse, if I may, do you feel that Jesus died on a cross, or do you feel that Jesus ascended? And is that important link?
Well, I don't even think that, I truly don't believe that he died on a cross. I actually think that he went, to France with Mary Magdalene and, kept on teaching things, and, the power of the love and everything that created, they had to control it. So the Roman Empire actually, needed to take hold of this, phenomenon that this soul created here, and then they had to spin their narrative, and then they twisted everything, and he got persecuted and died on a cross so that way people could make this image of him. You shouldn't have any images of these things, but yet people wear crosses with Jesus hammered to it, and that's the image that they have, when I think that the whole energy was transcended. And I don't think that the story that people think happened actually happened that way, and people are holding on to something that was falsely manufactured in order to keep people enslaved.
And the sorry, I was going to say the powers that were. My understanding is we, having now entered this incredible zone, most of them, if not all, will be escorted off the premises. I genuinely believe that there will be another Earth-like sister planet where they can go for another few thousand years until they reconnect to their high source beingness. And then we can continue with our journey forward. Do you also feel that Earth once upon a time was very high in frequency, and then it was it was hijacked and it came down? Now it's going to bounce back and shoot off the scale.
Oh yeah, 100%. And everyone, no matter how horrific their actions were here on Earth, are all a divine soul. They just forgot their divinity. And so, everybody is redeemable and everybody has that divineness in them. Just some tend to forget that and then choose to be, the opposite of God, which is the opposite of love, is living in that fear vibration and think that they get power through that fear. So, everybody has that divine soul, and I don't think that anybody is irredeemable.
And I think
Brother,
that's
can I
why
just
we
say
be
also-
the light. I think that's why we be the light, to remind people. Like, we just be. When we be, we remind people of who they are. We remind people of love. We remind people of who Source is, right? Through our being.
I'd like to thank you both. You're so awesome. And the thing is, if I may, one of the beautiful energy that you both bring to the table is in the entirety of the magic that you guys produce. It's not about you coming and teaching people how to behave. You're just helping people to remember the essence of who they are. And for that, I'm honored to be in your company and really appreciate all that you guys do, because you're both a phenomenal bridge as far as humanity is concerned. And I know that I speak for the many who are part of the great show that you. And it's amazing, brother. The endurance, I mean, it's been a marathon in so many ways. You just recently celebrated your incredible anniversary of, the number of recordings that you've presented on the planet, and you're just leaving a powerful vortex of energy for so many others to come and fill in the gaps, and to encourage and brother. And I've connected to another beautiful soul, brother Paul, here now. So, and I've sent a hello message, brothers. I was inspired by this wonderful individual, Jesse Hal. I started podcasting about 2 years ago, and it's been beautiful. That's lovely. Katrina, do you want to quickly say hello? Because Katrina just got out of bed literally now. We can be your mirror. We can frighten many audiences away right now. Katrina's about
Now
to.
we're speaking.
Hi,
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
You missed all the fun.
Yeah, I missed all the fun.
The golden age has reached California, so we're getting closer and closer now. So
Beautiful.
Disappears
Thank you.
still.
Thank you, and I'm so grateful to have been part of this, and thank you, and looking forward to connecting with you guys again in the foreseeable future. Thank
Absolutely.
you, Paul. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Angeline. And thank you to all our beautiful viewers and listeners out there.
Yes.
Take care. Peace and love.
We appreciate you, Barrett. Thank you so much for joining us.
Beautiful.
Sometime maybe, Barrett, we can message each other, but I'd love to share with you my view on Jesus and the cross as well. I have a historical kind of view on that as well, and what he may have done it for. I don't know that he did or not, but it lines up with what they needed to be set free at the time.
Thank you, Angeline. Jesse, Paul, and our beautiful viewers. Take care. Much love.
Thanks for joining us. I appreciate it.
Great.
Oh, wonderful. California, they're all disappearing in California. So we didn't disappear. We're still here. Looks like I'm not, this isn't my last show, but I don't know. Maybe we have to wait till the whole world is in the 21st. I don't know.
Maybe you
we
go to
wait
sleep. Maybe you go to sleep and then wake up in another place. So
in a garden with animals, with a lion beside me or something.
In the Garden of Eden.
And I'll hear him saying, "You look delicious," but I won't eat you because this is 5D. We don't eat people here, which I'll be very grateful.
Or maybe the lion's going to be saying that to you.
Yes, yes. And if we do end up disappearing at one point in time, we won't be able to tell anybody. So we won't have a follow-up. We won't be able to follow up. But I want to thank you both for coming on. It means a lot to me that we got to do this together and share this moment together, a historical calendar end and a calendar beginning. And I look forward to seeing the outcomes of the Golden Age. And I'm sure that your future shows are going to be, about that. Hopefully, it'll be great and not great. My double negative for the evening. But yeah, thank you both for coming on. I know you guys have busy schedules, so I appreciate that much more that you're sharing with us. And everyone at home, I want to thank you all for coming as well. I am going to finish off with the rest of that video and say goodnight now. And we'll see you all again on the next episode of The Truth Table. Thank you for joining us. It's been an honor and a pleasure to know you, to be your friend, and we'll always be friends. And I look forward to seeing you again, perhaps on a future show. We don't know, but we'll always be friends no matter what. So thank you both for coming.
Thanks for hosting this. Have a good night.
My pleasure. Thank you, Jesse, Angeline.
You're very welcome. And, you're really close, I think, with OT. He's out in Ontario by Toronto. It'd be interesting if you two, he likes to meet people. I'm not sure if that interests you at all, but it'd be great for you guys. He likes to live stream, maybe even, or maybe just kind of meet and hang out. But it's always good to meet people, in life. So when we flew from Jamaica, we stopped off in Toronto, and OT and Matt and there was one other person came to see us in Toronto, and we went and we sat in Denny's for like 7 hours talking and hanging out, and it was quite a interesting experience just to be able to meet people, because this obviously is a digital experience, but we are real people, so getting real hugs is always quite amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. I see OT and I imagine myself crossing the street to avoid him. I imagine him talking to himself. You did get to meet him, all right. Well, I think he gets me by now. That we have a thing, like a brotherly. But we both love God and love talking about it, so we definitely are compatible that way.
You both have good hearts.
Yeah, the intentions are good, and that means everything. But yeah, no offense, OT, but I would cross the street, I think. to avoid you because I don't think you're going to stop talking. Thank you both. Love you guys. And I look forward to your next shows. I'll be watching. You'll see my comments. And everyone at home, thank you for being a part of this show. It was very special to me. And I'll finish off this video that I started that will just tell us a little bit more about the Golden Age and what's being said about it.
And she was given a vision of Earth's hidden timeline, a reality that exists beyond what we can physically see. She saw golden light codes pouring down from the cosmos, activating the DNA of those who were ready to awaken. In the following days, she experienced synchronicities that defied logic. Numbers aligned, people appeared at just the right moment, and knowledge she had never studied before began flowing through her like a memory returning from lifetimes past. The universe was revealing something profound. March 21, 2025 was not just a date. It was a destined portal, a cosmic recalibration for all of humanity. From that moment on, Megan dedicated herself to understanding this shift on a deeper level. She realized that her experience was not unique. Millions of others around the world were experiencing similar awakenings. Her mission became clear: to guide people through this transition, helping them navigate the energy waves that would soon transform the Earth. Solar flares and planetary shifts. While many believe spiritual awakening is purely an internal process, there are also external forces at play. One of the most significant influences on human consciousness right now is the intensification of solar activity. Scientists have observed that solar flares and geomagnetic storms are becoming more frequent, releasing massive waves of energy that impact not only the Earth's electromagnetic field, but also our own personal energy fields. Solar flares act as cosmic triggers, unlocking dormant abilities within the human DNA. They send high-frequency plasma waves that can cause sudden mood shifts, headaches, intense dreams, and even out-of-body experiences. This is because the sun is not just a ball of burning gas. It is a conscious, living entity that transmits light codes carrying divine information. These solar waves are also linked to Earth's Schumann resonance, the natural frequency of our planet. As this resonance spikes, we feel it within our own bodies. Some experience fatigue, anxiety, or even bursts of creativity and enlightenment. The fluctuations we are witnessing are part of the cosmic upgrade process, forcing humanity to adapt to a new vibrational state. The question is, how do we integrate these shifts without becoming overwhelmed? The key is grounding. Spending time in nature, drinking pure water, and meditating during peak solar activity allows these energies to pass through us without resistance. By consciously working with these planetary forces, we can transform solar storms into spiritual fuel. How unhealed trauma impacts humanity's awakening. While cosmic forces accelerate our evolution, there is another force that holds many people back: unhealed trauma. The wounds of the past, both personal and collective, act as anchors, preventing the soul from ascending into higher states of awareness. This is one of the greatest challenges of the coming shift. For 6,000 years, humanity has lived through cycles of war, oppression, and emotional suppression. These experiences have left behind deep, energetic imprints, fear-based programs that limit our perception of reality. Many people still carry trauma in their cellular memory, passed down through generations, without realizing how it affects their ability to awaken. The good news is that 2025 brings an opportunity for mass healing. As the energetic frequency of the Earth rises, hidden wounds will surface, not to punish us, but to be acknowledged.
This message is for
you all for joining me. Episode 68 of the Truth Table. I want to thank you all for joining us and our guests for joining us. Appreciate your time, and I hope that we have some great news and great experiences in the new golden age. Until next time, I'm Paul Everton, host of the Truth Table. Good night.